February 23rd, 2025 to order. The time is 5 p.m. For housekeeping items, just remind the trustees that if your mic is red, that means it's on, and it will be recorded over the system we have, so please be mindful of that. Also, remind everyone in the audience to silence your electronic devices. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the territorial homeland of the Nuwu, the Moapa Band of Paiutes, and the Las Vegas Band of Paiutes. So we're going to open up by having the presentation of colors by the Clark High School ROTC, and then turn it over to our trustee, Esparza Strofagan, for the Pledge of Allegiance. If we could have the ROTC please come in and stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Thank you once again to Clark High School, ROTC. Okay, before I open item 102, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? If you have not, please do so now. This is our way of being able to take public comment, okay? Ms. Caitlin, the yellow forms are located where? I should know this, but, oh, up here. Okay, they're in 3 locations outside up here. While we're taking our public comment cards, we're going to have Trustee Zamora go over the usage of our mics. One of the things that we tried last time at our board meeting was to unlock our mics, and I'm grateful for the trustees suggesting that. While we figure out the best method, we're going to try how to get in the queue for the trustees.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank our team for trying to strategize and come up with a system. But as of right now, colleagues, as you see, there's a paddle on your folder. This is actually going to be used as a last resort. Thank you, Trustee Stevens, for trying to come up with a system, right? We're collaborating to how this is going to work with our open mics. So what I am asking from the colleagues is when we are opening up for discussion, you are able to press your button. Do not speak. We're just pressing the button. I will be writing down the trustees in the queue, and then I will make eye contact with you all to just let you know that I have acknowledged it and it's written down. And then take yourself off the queue because hot mics can be very dangerous. And then if you want to get yourself back in the queue, you can do the same system. If you see that I do not do eye contact with you, then we will use our paddle just to flag it and make sure. So I hope I have supportive colleagues to also flagging to me if I miss someone, but that's going to be the system for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the public comment cards. Before we take item 102, there's someone in the public comment. Ms. Beer, if you would like to come first. Okay, please proceed.
Nicole Beer for the record. And the reason why I chose to speak on this item is I'm hoping that the people that I have a call to action to will take that action. So please don't stop me that this isn't appropriate for this item. I come before you to shine a light on some trustees. Firstly, thank you, Trustee Johnson, who I notice is not here, for reaching out for a school visit. I think you saw why Martinez is such a special building under the leadership of Tim Adams and why we stay fully staffed year on year. And I have a message from Irie. You will know what that means. Quote, I enjoyed being your tour guide at our school. Let's quickly pivot to Miss Biascotti. I'm here today to ask for her immediate resignation. Of course, she doesn't have the moral compass or mental stability to do that. She doxed and defamed me and accused me of crimes against children on Instagram via the organization she is president of on 1/19/25. She also attacked Trustee Cavazos. She has a long history of calling for trans people to be unalived, including children. She refuses to recognize that
Ms.
trans
Beer, I'm
children
going to stop your
exist.
time for a second. Help me
Yes.
to understand what this has to do with the adoption of the agenda.
I already explained that to you before we started. So this is because I think that, and I'm also going to call action for no vote of confidence for you, that I don't think that the meeting should proceed. So that would be before that.
So, and I have stopped the time.
I did before I signed up, and I did clarify it with the person who took it. I also called the State Attorney General's office. So if you want to add to the other things that are going on here, I would suggest that you pause my time, so it's your choice.
Yeah, I
if
did
you want to
pause your
violate.
time.
Yeah.
I'm going to
yeah.
ask our legal counsel to weigh in
Okay,
because I don't
great.
see how this is relevant to the adoption of the agenda.
Because I don't want the folks up there to be able to have the vote. That's why it's relevant.
Yes, for the record, John Okazaki, General Counsel. The adoption of tonight's agenda is an action item. This speaker is making comment as to why she thinks the agenda should not be adopted. And I think irrespective of her reasoning, that's a legitimate topic for the action item.
Thank you so much for weighing in. And so, Ms. Beers,
It's
not
beer.
one, beer. Thank you for correction.
I'm stating facts, but we can get into that. I'm going to
Yes.
continue to state the facts here. I haven't
Yes,
called
and-
her
and,
anything.
Let me, the way that we conduct business here
I'm
is
very
that-
aware.
Let me finish, please. I want to hear you. We want to hear you. What I want to say is, please address us as a team because that's what we are. And so,
I am here today to ask, of course, she doesn't. Do we need to get into the English wordsmithing of what present, past, future tense is? I'm not addressing her. She has a long history.
yes, and that's
Yes,
why.
and
So
that's what I have
I'm
done.
And that's what I'm stating. That's
Yeah.
what I need from you.
Great.
So,
Thanks for
all
the
right, I'm
update.
going to restart your time.
Thank
At
you.
the same, and please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. She refuses to recognize that trans children exist and claims that DEI is a way to erase white people. I have filed a police report with CCSD PD. They have been a great help to me thus far. In addition, I have filed a report with the Attorney General of Nevada. My immediate requests from the district and board are, Biasotti is not able to vote on any motions that have to do with diversity, curriculum, libraries, wages, and compensation of licensed personnel. I am demanding a written apology within 7 days from Biascotti. I'm also calling for a vote of no confidence in President Bustamante Adams. Bustamante Adams was sent an email from a parent after the parent was directed by CCSD Equity and Diversity that Adams would be the contact point for complaints against Biasotti. The highly esteemed parent of CCSD children emailed that Biascotti was in violation of her oath and policies of CCSD. That was 2 weeks ago. She got no response. She posted a video, the parent, today on social media outlining this issue. Had Irene taken timely action and not ignored this email, maybe Biascotti would not have attacked Trustee Cavazos and me and my organization that was founded by 4 CCSD librarians called Read Freely Nevada. I would like you to, if you would like to see the video posted by Stephanie Valdez, it can be found on Read Freely's Instagram account. Lastly, good job, Dominguez. Distancing yourself from Biascotti was a smart move. Keep being smart. Thank you, Dr. Larson Mitchell, CCSD Police, and Joe Caruso for your timely guidance in this matter. It goes without saying, thank you, Trustee Cavazos, for standing up to hate, even when it comes from inside. I care about the district, but she leaves, she's neutered, or expect the full brunt of this community and legal avenues to rain down on CCSD and anyone who would provide that trustee shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. See no others on the adoption of the agenda. I am going to ask Trustee Stevens, I believe, before we take a motion to adopt no, that's the adoption of the agenda, never mind. Trustee Zamora, would you like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following change. Revised reference material has been provided for item 2.07, purchase awards, letter A, textbooks, reference, and supplemental materials. Additional reference material has been provided for item 3.01, compliance monitoring update.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Trustee Stevens.
I second.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. Now we're going to move on to item number 2.0, consent agenda. Before I open the consent agenda, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? If not, please do so now. I have one person, Miss Anna Binder.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Anna Binder for the record. Didn't know there'd be additional information, so I'm just going to go ahead and say what I was going to say anyways. We had, like many schools, our SOT meeting this week, discussing what we knew was coming, which was lower enrollment. We've been talking about this for years since COVID. And I'm chair of my SOT, but I'm here obviously individually. This is the first year at my elementary school that we have to cut a licensed educator. We have to cut not one, but 5. We're a Title I one-star school. And we finally, after all these years, just finally hit all of our SPP goals for the first time in like years. And now we have to look at removing licensed educators from our school. And so when someone like me has to have that meeting, and then I open up your agenda and see that you want to budget away like $43 million for textbooks that nobody really needs. I would love principals to tell us what textbooks they need. What it seems like to me is that somebody's trying to go ahead and just pad the budget because we're in a negotiating year. We have the legislature starting. And if that 40 million isn't allocated to those textbooks, we can't just allocate funds that we don't need to spend and then sit there at the bargaining table and tell CCEA that we're broke. I need those teachers to stay in my children's school, just like everybody else does, right? And so over the years, we hear about, all of our vacancies. Like, how can we have, I think I looked today, we have like at least over 1,000 vacancies. But if my school's having to let go 5 educators, I'm getting ready I talked to the administrators union today to see if I could start putting together a spreadsheet of every single elementary school. We have 242 elementary schools in this district. And if each one has to let one go, some more than that, and a lot of schools don't, we have a lot of money in carry forward funds, but it's not all at the elementary level. So most schools can't absorb keeping those educators. And we have to vote and make a decision before February 7th, I think our budgets are due back to the district, which is 4 days after the legislature starts. I've sat now for 2 days over at the budget hearings, just trying to hear, consensus. We have issues with, everybody here reads the news. But how does that make us feel better? Like, we have to go now to our staff and ask who wants to stay and who's going to go to try to get volunteers. And then watch, come the end of the session, maybe it's only going to be 2, but those people have already applied for other.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Dr. Beagle?
Good evening, Tiffany Beamel for the record. I was originally just going to talk about the warrants, but 2.07 is revised. And I actually co-advised DECA at Cimarron with my husband, and we just had to tell our kids that we actually won an award at DECA for being the fastest growing chapter in the state of Nevada. We won 2 awards, and then DECA asked us if we would give up one of our awards so another school could accept an award, because we got 2 awards for being highest number of students and highest percentage of growth. So we, of course, gladly gave up one of those awards, because why not share the wealth? I am so confused how DECA is getting $190,000 on this purchase order when they just told us that we have to charge our kids $255 each to go to this conference. The numbers are not adding up to me on this. That it's just flooring me on. That doesn't even make sense. So I will be making that phone call tomorrow to find out where this money is going, because my kids can't afford the $17 it costs to join DECA, much less that. So yeah, that's crazy. But I'm gonna read my speech now, because I'm flustered. The warrants are the bills the school district pays every 2-week period. I don't think many people actually take the time to look at these bills, but when I'm sitting in the gallery, my mind wanders, and you guys have to print them out in these giant books of paper, so I actually read them. $400,000 to $500,000 a payable period to the Nevada Department of Agriculture, plus $250,000 to $300,000 in milk and pizza. Those are just line items. There's a whole separate section dedicated to food service operations to the tune of $1.4 million. There's also the fees to the hiring agencies, temp and employment agencies that work to hire people, like an HR department, at around $30,000 each 2 weeks, in addition to the almost $60,000 in cell phone charges. I can balance a budget, but this level of budget is like, wow. I don't think people pay attention to these bills because they're wild. I also wanted to touch on the settlements that this board has before it this evening. Another $12+ million in settlements. That's our pizza and budget money for the year in 3 settlements. Just wanted to make sure that's on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bimo. With that, on the consent agenda information, we're done with the public comment. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Stevens. You wanted to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion before we motion to approve the consent agenda. Can we pull 2.07, the purchasing awards, for board discussion, please?
Okay. With that, our policy does not require that it needs a second, but you do need a majority of the board approval to take that item separately from the consent agenda. So with that, please cast your votes. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. We're going to go ahead and pull 2.07, the purchasing awards. With that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with that removal. Do I have a motion? Sorry, our technology is a little delayed. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of 2.07? Trustee Stevens.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez.
I second the motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second to approve the consent agenda. Please cast your votes. That motion passes 7-0. We'll now move to item 2.07, the purchasing awards. Trustee Stevens, would you please proceed with your comment of removing that from the consent agenda?
Thank you, President Bustamante Adams. The reasoning why I wanted to pull this and open it up to discussion with the board is we are seeing a very large number here, the 40 million for textbooks, and I understand that there is some reference material which is semi-helpful, but I am getting a lot of feedback from constituents who have seen this on the public agenda, and they have a lot of questions, and I think that it would be really helpful to everyone if we could have a better understanding as to a couple of things that come to mind. One would be, where did we get the number 40 million? Can you explain how it's I know it was explained to me that it's pretty much budgeted, not necessarily spent. I think that would be helpful to kind of explain. But then also kind of what that process looks like, because I'm getting, teachers, boots on the ground saying, hey, we got new textbooks in our classroom and we can't even use some of them. They're not, the content doesn't appear to be relevant to the subject at hand. And so for that reason, I thought it would be good to open it up to discussion amongst the board and maybe get some clarity from the district. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the general public and for our trustees, the way that this works is usually the trustee would go to the interim superintendent to be able to ask questions about the specific item. If there's further discussion, that's why we pulled it. And so, interim superintendent, would you like to take it over?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. For the record, Brenda Larson-Mitchell. If we could start with Mr. Casey and Mr. Staggs to explain the operational, where did the money come from and why did we land on that dollar amount? And then we have Dr. Mansell here, our Chief Academic Officer, who can go through our textbook adoption process, which is very thorough. So thank you.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson-Mitchell, Trustee Stevens. In terms of this particular award, it is, and we did provide revised material in terms of the use, is essentially a purchase authorization. The 40 million is a purchase authorization limit. It is an authorization, not an obligation. Essentially, this is a authorization to spend that amount, up to that amount, through the book depository for our textbooks and instructional material. In terms of the 40 million for purchasing's perspective, we assist in facilitating those transactions and purchases for the district. So it is a central, essentially a central computed award in which allows for that versus having schools independently. If schools were to independently purchase and exceed that 50,000, we could end up with 360 separate RFP processes, which would be very burdensome for the district. So this helps with our processing time and just in terms of that speed of order, and provides a means in which our schools and instructional units to purchase through our catalog. In terms of the 40 million, that number does vary from year to year. So it's been low in the past, it's been high in the past, and again, for consideration of timing and to allow for timely processing, we felt that 40 million, again, is an estimate in terms of what would be a good capacity to allow for that action. Should schools have to purchase more than that, then this item would come back to board and we'd ask for an increase to this particular item, which has happened before in the past, in which we'd have to halt orders of textbooks and materials to bring the item back to the board. So again, the number varies from year to year. We've just gone through an exercise in which we've made a pretty broad purchase for the district, given the availability of ESSER funding. So in terms of what's up in these upcoming years, maybe 40 million is a little high, but as you see, it's for a year and then a number of years of extensions. The further we get away from that central purchase, the greater the likelihood in which there'd be broader purchases for replacement, or if there's a change in direction. But again, in terms of purchasing, we're facilitating and allowing those transactions to occur. But in terms of determining the instructional material and source of funding, that's contingent on a number of factors in terms of who the purchaser is and kind of the direction of the instructional unit. But Mr. Mansell could speak to that. Dr. Mansell.
Great. Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. For the record, Dustin Mansell, Chief Academic Officer. I want to talk about a couple items here. First of all, any central purchases right now are replenishments of what our schools currently have. There are no new centrally purchased Tier 1 instructional materials. Replenishment means we've already rolled out the instructional materials in the last 4 years for English language arts, mathematics, social studies, science, world languages, and early childhood education. The materials that we're purchasing this year for spring or summer delivery will be for the 2025-2026 school year. However, the process for identifying and reviewing and selecting materials starts off with the Nevada Department of Education. In 2019 or 2018, the state updated NRS 389, and 389 changed the review and selection or adoption process from a district start to now a state start. So the Nevada Department of Education assembles a group of members from across the state, each school district, and they do an RFP, a request for proposal, with various textbook companies. That team reviews the textbook or the Tier 1 instructional materials. They select various materials that could meet the state's needs, and they then make a recommendation to the Nevada State Board of Education. That recommendation is reviewed by the Nevada State Board of Education, and the state board then either chooses to adopt those recommendations or deny. If they are adopted by the State Board of Education, the Nevada Department of Education places those items on our adopted state list for Tier 1 instructional materials, and then districts have a choice to review and select only from the state-approved, adopted Tier 1 instructional materials. So we cannot go out and select our Tier 1 instructional materials that are not on the state-adopted list. So over the last few years, as we received ESSER funds, we have conducted our own review and selection process from the list that the state has approved. And we, again, had members from our schools, communities. We even had students on our review and selection committees. And we have selected Tier 1 instructional materials. That review and process brings in teachers, administrators, right onto CPD. Sometimes they're hosted out at schools based on how many members we have on the review and selection committee. Once we select a piece of material for Tier 1 instructional materials, we were then able to bring forward a purchasing award to buy those materials and then provide them to all of our schools across the district. Prior to ESSER, I have been in the district approaching 25 years. I've taught at 5 different elementary schools in that time as I was a classroom teacher for 14 years before going into administration. And all 5 of those schools had different Tier 1 materials. Some really had none. And I was using my own money out of my own pocket as a teacher to to buy Tier 1 materials. So it really was a blessing and opportunity for our district to have district-wide instructional materials, which creates a consistency for our students, particularly those that are transient and moving from school to school. Also for our teachers who are moving from one school to another school. And then also a third win for our administrators who may have been an AP at one school and were selected to be the principal at a school. They are very familiar with the materials now that they can be an instructional leader on their campus to support their teachers. That's our Tier 1 instructional materials. As I said, we are not purchasing anything new out of our contracts for this next year. It is now going to be replenishing the materials that our teachers already have. We also have Regulation 6150 instructional materials. Regulation 6150 is about a school-based review and selection process. This is really now where this purchasing award is going to support our schools. And as Mr. Casey had mentioned, there will be many purchasing awards that come forward if we don't have a purchasing award like this with the Mountain State Book Depository. What happens in Regulation 6150 is every school has a team of teachers and administrators and parents that can review and select supplemental instructional materials that meet the needs of their students and their community. It is in addition to the Tier 1 instructional materials. They are used to support Tier 1, 2, and 3 instruction to support the implementation of multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. They are maybe used for special education classrooms, English language learner classrooms, perhaps for students that are struggling to master a particular concept, and we need something in addition to support that instruction in the classroom. It could be review and selection for one grade level, one department at a secondary level, or it could be school-wide. When they review and select those materials, they then work with the purchasing department to look through a contract with the vendor and then purchasing those materials. Again, I want to make very clear that these $40 million that is allocated here is not for new Tier 1 instructional materials that are purchased centrally. I would guarantee the vast majority of it is probably going to be our school-based review and selection process.
Thank you. Does that end the presentation? Okay. We'll entertain questions from the trustees. We're also going to have a public comment, so if you have not filled out a public comment card for this, because we did take it from the consent agenda, this is a separate item that we will take action on. Please fill out the form. I would, just for documentation purposes, Anna. Thank you so much. Okay. Ms. Crydell, will you be filling one out for this one as well? Okay, just want to acknowledge that. Okay, thank you. Dr. Beamel, will you come up? And then Ms. Binder, you'll be on the other mic. Dr. Beamel, please proceed.
Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. When this whole Tier 1 thing started and Dr. Larson Mitchell announced it, I was the first person that actually said, I love this because I fought for Tier 1 instructional materials forever. Teaching at Clark and having a kid come from Rancho or from Shap and they're like, I don't know what the Roman Empire is. We didn't get there. We never got out of Egypt. It was super frustrating because you have to spend so much time catching up, and we are such a transient district that it was a disservice to kids. But I will say this, kids don't use textbooks anymore. You might think that they do, and it might be something that teachers trot out when the associate superintendents show up. But the curriculum map or whatever, I don't know what it's called, pacing guide, is so convoluted for social studies right now, and the thematic way that you are trying to make people teach does not line up with the textbook. It is impossible to use the Cengage textbook to try to teach the way you guys want us to teach. So nobody wants to use the textbook because you're constantly flipping back and forth. The kids are confused. I literally had a kid tell me that the Mongols are the reason that the British conquered China. And if you know anything about history, you know that is wholly wrong. And I was like, why do you think that? And they said, well, because we learned about the Mongols before we learned about the British conquering China. So that makes sense, right? To them, yes, because thematically, that's how they learned it. But chronologically, it's incorrect. And the textbook is written chronologically. So why would we have a chronologically written textbook when you want people to teach thematically? It does not make sense. The books don't make sense. On top of that, you have a contract with Cengage, which is a whole nother line item page. I think it's page 6, maybe. I'm sorry, you know numbers and me are not friends. But that Cengage is the digital copy of the textbook, which is the book that I use for my AP class. Why are we paying for hard copy textbooks when digital textbooks even exist? Kids don't want to carry 20 and 30-pound textbooks. Go to Clark, look at any kid. They look like a friggin' turtle because they have 15 textbooks in their backpack. That math book weighs 22 pounds. Jolie will tell you. She can tell you when she comes up here. And it's ridiculous. So instead, we have a digital option, and the digital option is excellent. It's not as expensive. It's on a 2-year contract. It's fantastic, and they can update it all the time. When you have a hard copy textbook, it is one textbook and it never changes. The first textbook that I taught within this district ended in 2001. I started teaching here in 2005, and I did not get a new textbook until 2012 when I bought my own set of textbooks myself for my class. So it's something to consider when you're looking at this. These are not easy changes, and these textbooks are expensive. Go digital or go home. Y'all bought one-to-one for a reason.
Thank you, Ms. Binder, and then Ms. Crydell, you'll be on the far right.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. So, I mean, obviously, this isn't the first time this type of budgeting has come up on the agenda over the years. I sat in this room while you guys purchased the Tier 1 and Tier 2 stuff that just got implemented only 2 school years ago. And so earlier when I spoke saying, hey, we finally just started hitting our SPP, which is, for those who don't know, our school performance plan, which was increasing ELA and math, right, in our elementary kids. And so you guys a lot know what a one-star school is. And so when I see my own elementary making these types of like instrumental growth within our children with the existing Tier 1 and Tier 2 curriculum that has already been bought and paid for with ARPA or ESSER, like free federal money, we should not be allocating a single dime of our general fund budget, I think that's where this is coming from, for textbooks. I have a sophomore, I have a 6th grader, and I have a 3rd grader, and I can guarantee you the only thing that they bring home is their Chromebook. And when they're asked to do any work, it's on that Chromebook, which we have also spent an outrageous amount of money on, and nobody has followed up on like the $30-40 million worth of Chromebooks that are sitting in a warehouse somewhere, not being used. So, I mean, honestly, and shouldn't this be a decision of a future superintendent? Because we don't have a superintendent, and I would think that that's their job to make these type of huge budget decisions, whether we're actually allocating the money or not. What I'm more worried about is how in the heck, and I just heard from another elementary school, they have to shed 10 licensed educators right now before February 7th. So how is us allocating 43 whatever million dollars for textbooks that nobody uses going to help keep our educators?
Thank you, Ms. Crydell.
Dr. Mansell, I have to tell you, when you told the story about working in a classroom, buying all your own materials, I did that. So when I came here for many years, I bought everything I needed myself for my classroom so that I could teach the things that I was supposed to teach. I wanted curriculum for all of us. It was very expensive, and you're always scrambling to try to find good materials that are good for your students and are what they need. So I do appreciate the adoption of the curriculum materials, but I want to caution you about something. In ELA, in elementary, everything they do is scripted. It is scripted curriculum. Our students are not reading any whole books. Teachers are not allowed to do read-alouds of books because there's no time. Instructional minutes are given to the teachers, there's no time. One of the joys of teaching for me was reading books to my students and with my students. By doing that, I got them excited about reading. I got them excited to want to read different authors that I introduced them to. Once they have buy-in and they see books are enjoyable, it's so much less work for the classroom educator because they're reading because they want to. They're practicing the skills you give them. The curriculum materials that they're using in elementary right now aren't allowing for any of that. And that's my concern, is because in some ways, 95 Phonics and HMH are great. It gives the teachers things they need. But our teachers need some flexibility to do other things that help our students find a love of reading. I'm privileged. I get to teach reading every day with whole books. We read fiction, we read nonfiction. Now when they come in my room, they're so excited to read. We provide prizes for home reading. We're trying to motivate them to do that practice. But classroom teachers, with the use of these curriculum materials, they don't have that anymore. The other thing I'm going to beg you is please ask the educators in the schools with the materials if they need these things. If they're not using it, please don't spend the money on it. We're all scared about what's going to happen next year. And we need the board to be as judicious with the funding as we have to be as educators in our classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See no other public comment. I believe Trustee Cavazos is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, gentlemen, for reviewing that with us. I know that we did have a briefing on that. One of the things that was useful to me in the logistics when you were trying to explain about the different names, the two different names on the item, had to do with the book depository and then how the textbooks are purchased. Could you give a brief overview? And then I have one other quick follow-up. I believe it was Mr. Staggs that got stuck with that question last time, too.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Steve Staggs for the record, Trustee Cavazos. Textbook depositories are kind of ubiquitous throughout the U.S. That there is a system of distribution for the major publishers. They don't have the space or the desire to hold massive amounts of textbooks, consumables, and other materials. So they contract with the depositories for the depositories to hold their materials, and then we order through those depositories. Mountain State or Northwest Textbook Depository serves Utah and California. There are others for different states. It's actually cheaper for us to purchase through Mountain States, primarily because the shipping is much less. And it's much quicker in addition because the major publishers don't have vast stocks of materials to ship us. Since they're only shipping from Utah, it's much cheaper than shipping from Chicago or New York or wherever. Almost all the publishers work through depositories. There's over 50 of them, I think, represented at Mountain States. So that's standard not just for us, but throughout the United States. Someplace like LA or California might be able to stock textbooks on their own, but we simply would never have the space to do that, nor would we know exactly what to buy in advance.
Thank you, Mr. Staggs. Appreciate that. That was a constituent question that you had already answered for me, on the briefing. So following up on that, I remember that the word proactive was being used, that the 40 million quoted in the agenda item was going to be yearly with the possibility of annual renewals. Is that correct? So 40 million is for the projection for 1 year.
Madam President, members of the board,
And
Interim
Mr.
Superintendent
Skaggs,
Larson.
we won't be, go directly to the member.
Okay,
That's gonna
Trustee
save us a
Cavazos.
shortcut.
That's a relief.
Okay, that's relief.
And now I got to remember the question exactly.
40
But
It's
the
a
40
proactive
million,
move, yeah.
the 40 million is not an allocation. It's not a set aside. It's not a budget. It's a ceiling It offers us a ceiling on what may be spent by schools and possibly departments making central purchases, but there's no set aside with this money. It's not in the budget at all. It's strictly, and it is 40 million per year. We are probably not going to hit 40 million for several years, but as Mr. Casey mentioned, 4, 5, 6 years down the road from now, we may need to spend that amount of money. All it is, it's a safety net in case we get a huge demand.
Okay, and I think that you answered the question. I appreciate it. So would it be accurate to say, and this is again from a constituent, that this is a projection of the possible amounts that we might need?
Yes, Trustee Cavazos, that's exactly it. It's a possible maximum on what we could potentially spend.
Okay.
Again, no commitment, nothing.
Okay. And I have some other more specific questions having to do with percentages, and I know that we are not allowed to engage in any kind of dialogue with our constituents who do public comment, but we are able to make declarative statements and my declarative statement is I do appreciate the educators that are here tonight, speaking from the trenches. So I'm going to defer to my colleagues, but I do have a couple of other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens?
Thank you. So I would like a little clarification if you would humor me a little bit. So from what I'm hearing is the tier 1, tier 2 textbooks are, those textbooks are already in the schools. We're good there. And that the 40 million is for supplemental materials. Is that a fair statement or do I have that wrong?
Trustee Stevens, again, the 40 million is a spend authorization limit. It's a means in which to facilitate transactions within the district. So essentially, if there's and yes, we've just come off of a number of years of central purchases to provide that instructional material in the classrooms. But for the most part, that material currently exists in the classroom. This is specifically most likely for replenishment. Again, as we move along, there may be a change in direction and a need for new materials. But in terms of that 40 million limit, and it varies from year to year, it's just essentially a transaction capacity to allow for us to do business within the district, allow for quicker processing within our catalog. It's unlikely we'd hit 40 million next year. 3 years, 4 years, there's a greater chance that we may hit that 40 million limit, at which time, if we were to need to exceed that, the item will be brought back to board, asking for an increase to that authorization. But essentially, it's a upper authorization limit that would allow the district to transact up to that level.
Okay, so I have some.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Trustee Stevens. I just want to remind my colleagues that if you have a hot mic and I've acknowledged that you're in the queue, please turn it off because the stream does pick up some of the side conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. So that I'm clear, so let's say a school says, hey, we need some books. Does that come out of the school budget or is this central?
That would be through the school budget.
Would come out of their budget, okay.
It would be if they had a need to purchase books, they could utilize their budget to purchase those books. As mentioned, we have done very large central purchases in the past 2 years because we had the funding to do so. If there was funding available through an instructional unit or other means in which we're providing centrally to the schools, it could potentially be provided centrally. It just depends on the manner of the purchase. Okay, and then, so since this isn't, the way you're explaining it is you're saying it's a ceiling, it's not part of the budget. So you're saying it's not a set aside. So if that's the case, then if a couple things that I'm a little confused about this, and forgive me for my ignorance on this if I'm not getting this, but I don't understand if you're saying we're likely not going to spend 40 million this year, maybe even next year, but we're having this, ceiling annually. If we know that, why would we have a ceiling for 40? Why wouldn't it be less, number one? And then number two, if that money doesn't get spent, is there policy that says that money cannot be, that
in a budget, if you said it was a budgeted item, right, sometimes you can move stuff around. So you're saying that that can't be done in this situation?
It's not a budgeted item in terms of it's just a projection of an upper limit that would allow, again, schools and units within the district to transact up to that level. So the board would essentially be authorizing, yes, a district could purchase instructional textbook, instructional material through the depository up to that amount. If it's in excess of that, we'd have to bring it back to the board for an increase.
But if it's not budgeted for, and you're saying we're going to approve this ceiling, and then the schools ask for the money, and we have to pull it, could that potentially create another deficit next year since it was not budgeted for? So I'm having a hard time understanding where the money's coming from. If it's not being budgeted for, it's just a ceiling. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm having a hard time computing this.
Trustee Stevens, Dustin Mansell, Chief Academic Officer for the record. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6150 instructional materials process that I spoke about, where school teams review and select instructional materials that they need independently for their own school, maybe their own teacher, their own grade level, their own department. That's the school's budget. They are deciding to spend their school budget on instructional materials as a team. Those requests would go to the purchasing department, which then they could spend as a collective across our district up to the $40 million through Mountain State only. So currently those funds don't sit with us. Those funds are sitting at a school level within their school budget.
So a principal can have that in their budget, and you as central office is saying, we're just not going to allow it to go above this amount.
Trustee Stevens, exactly. And they may not even have it in their budget. If they don't have it in their budget, they don't spend it.
So I guess, again, I keep coming back to why 40? It just seems, from what I'm hearing, it doesn't sound like we're going to be spending that, so why 40? Why not? You're saying if we're going to spend more, if that comes, then we'll have to approve it then. So why wouldn't we do the same thing now? Why wouldn't we set that ceiling a little lower and then allow for, if it needs to be more, and purchasing says, oh, we're getting a lot of inquiries about this, let's bring it to the board to extend that.
And again, just historically, it's varied widely. It's been within 10, it's been 20, it's been 45 recently, it's been 130 million. So it varies from year to year. 40 is just kind of within that range as far as what we've seen. Given that we're coming off a large central purchase, it's probably unlikely we'd hit 40 million. If it is a pleasure of the board, we can relook at that, lower the limit, but there's just, again, there has been instances in the past in which we set the threshold low. We've had to halt our purchasing because we had to bring the item back to board. I know that's a consideration for schools in terms of that purchasing processing time. So we just wanted to allow enough capacity so we wouldn't have any disruptions as far as that process. But if it's a desire of the board, we could certainly relook at that number, bring it to a level that would be more in line with what we expect for next year. But ultimately, we'll probably approach that number and we'll have to come back to the board for a request to increase.
Okay, Trustee Esparza-Strofagan.
Thank you for schooling us on the process. It's not a new process. What is new is the fact that we are standardizing across the district, like we just heard from our teachers. And I want to not be remiss in acknowledging that budgets right now are creating a lot of anxiety and a lot of angst, and hard decisions are having to be made. So I do have some questions, and I have a thought for my colleagues to consider. Questions, and it's Dr. Mansell. Ready? I need my glasses, so sorry. Are these purchases inclusive of online options, textbooks?
Trustee Esparza-Strofagan, it could be, yes. Again, the schools are selecting, and I understand that budgets at some schools are a challenge right now. So that school has to make a decision if it is more affordable to buy an online resource versus a hard copy resource.
And it's inclusive of what you mentioned, consumables, supplemental materials, because we know that Tier 1 may not hit it for our kids to be able to make progress so that it could address Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm looking at the purchase order, and it says the different funding sources are general grant and bonds. So what I want us to consider is that Trustee Stevens is asking about, well, what is it actually? So do we have an estimate of what has been encumbered from schools? And I know this is a big ask, but could we look at what's been encumbered for them to purchase for 2025 and maybe use that as a starting point for maybe looking at the actual? And that we could table this item when we get that new information so that we don't prevent schools from getting the materials that they need in a timely fashion for this school year. That's just putting this out there as a thought to my colleagues. And I'm looking at purchasing, and Dr. Mansell, if you want to weigh in on that thought.
And I think that I see our interim superintendent have her mic on.
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Esparza-Straffigan, yes, we can go back and look at what the actuals have been. I know Mr. Staggs mentioned it has fluctuated over the years, but we can go back and look at that and then bring that back if that is the pleasure of the board.
Okay, next in the queue, Trustee Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I think Trustee Esparza-Straffigan and I were thinking the same thing. My question is more, what is the negative impact if this was to be tabled and bring it back when we have a new superintendent?
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell, depending on the delay, it may stop schools from being able to buy because we have not authorized a certain level of spend.
Do you have another question, Trustee Zamora?
No, I will yield to my colleagues.
Let's see, Trustee Barron.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I guess this is a general question for staff to answer. Several of my colleagues have already asked the questions that I have. One question that I have, where or we have no idea what the state legislature is going to allocate to our school district. We have no idea. We're looking at maybe next year. Some schools may not have the funds to fully staff their schools. We still have outstanding questions with Chromebooks that are out there supposedly in warehouses that have gone unassigned. I would say if I was going to decide between materials and teachers, I think I and probably the public, I know my friends in North Las Vegas would very much more rather have teachers in the classroom. And materials, you can always, a good teacher can teach without a whole bunch of materials. There's a lot that can be done. I guess the first question that I have, the nature of the funds. Are there, if these funds are fluid, then obviously these funds are, if they're not depleted, they should be available, right? If in a few months we decide, hey, we can actually squeeze out some more material this year, right? They're going to be available even if we don't make the allocation tonight. Is that correct?
Trustee Barone, again, this is not an allocation. This is a spend authorization limit. There is no earmarked fund specific for $40 million for this purchase. This just allows instructional units or schools, if they so choose to, if they had a need, they could purchase through the depository through this central award up to that amount. So we are not obligating schools to make purchases. In terms of the funding, that is dependent in terms of the purchaser and the nature of the purchase. So we can identify that. Again, purchasing is just facilitating those transactions within the district, and this is a means in which we do so within our catalog. So by having competed through the process with the depository, the material is available within the catalog. So we're just allowing schools or units to purchase through the catalog up to this authorized limit. But purchasing itself is not obligating anybody to purchase instructional material. We did not earmark funds or encumber anybody's funds for these purchases. This is just a means in which to transact business in the district.
Follow-up. And then, if that's the case, let's say my colleagues here decide to go ahead and table this for a few months, after we've hired a new superintendent, and after we've already figured out, how much the state legislature is going to allocate to education. How long is the turnaround? I mean, how much time do you need to be able to get this authorization again to go ahead and get the catalog up and running?
Trustee Barone, there's a couple things in play. One, we might, if we run out of our current authorized spend, which we're coming close, it may not be a big deal because there's probably not going to be a whole lot of purchasing going on this fiscal year, the remainder of this fiscal year. Come July, it'll probably pick up a bit. But the other piece is that if people want to purchase for this fiscal year, they're going to have enough time to be able to put the order in, get the items delivered before the end of the fiscal year, or we end up running into all kinds of issues with general accounting standards, et cetera, because we've ordered stuff paid for stuff in one fiscal year and had it delivered in another fiscal year. So that's probably more of an issue at this point. And we do have new schools coming online. We've got 8 new schools coming. Those schools, the principals will make a decision on what they want to buy for their schools. They may end up buying all of the standard adopted textbooks. If they want to do that and they want to get them in for the next school year, we would need to be able to move forward relatively quickly with that.
Will it be anywhere close to $40 million?
I doubt it. But again, we're not obligating anybody to pay $40 million for anything. There's no commitment.
So again, I mean, if it's, depending on the pleasure of the board, we could pull this and resubmit it at a lower authorization if the board is comfortable with that. 40 million was essentially a point in which we determined would be sufficient for the term of the authorization over a period of years. Probably not necessary for next year. The more years out we get, probably a more reasonable number. But if the board's more comfortable, that we lower it and then bring it back to the board at a later date, we're perfectly fine with that. In terms of purchasing's opinion, we'd rather do that than wait further, because then we start bumping up towards the end of the year, and that could be problematic. But again, at the pleasure of the board.
Thank you.
And of course, I came in a little bit late. I had something else brewing. He just actually voiced what would be my motion. So if whenever you're done, that'll be my motion right there.
I have thank you, Trustee Barone. I will actually go to Trustee Stevens to entertain, because she's the one that requested for the item to be, so. I have 1, 2, 3 more people, so Trustee Biasotti?
I was just going to concur. I also I know you mentioned it, you called it a safety net. This amount was a safety net. So considering enrollment rates are dropping, I would like to see a smaller safety net when it comes to these funds. Thank you.
Before I call on the next person, I just want to acknowledge that Trustee Johnson is on the phone and participating through that device. So Trustee Satori?
All right, thank you. My question was asked by Trustee Esparza-Stoffergen. I was wanting to know about consumables and student workbooks that are purchased year after year, if this was included in that. But I do want to expand on it a little bit. So do we kind of, since those are kind of yearly purchases that are re-incurred, do we have kind of an average range of what we pay in those consumables and how much of that is allocated towards this budget?
Yes, Trustee Satori, we do have that. That is all budgeted centrally with anything that we are doing. When we did our 7-year purchases for the Tier 1 instructional materials, those replenishments were already included. There were some things like our 95 phonics, which was not in a 7-year purchase. We do purchase that annually for our schools. Again, these are schools that opted in for these materials, so we include them. There are some schools that did not opt into the 95 phonics, explicit phonics instruction materials. But all of the school-based materials, that is decided by the school teams. And so, again, annually, as you know, running a school, that changes annually based on your school's budget and the needs of your own students that are sitting in front of you that day.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, gentlemen. I know this is difficult, but we're trying to be good stewards of taxpayer money, and so we want to make sure we're doing good by the community. One of the things that I guess I would, as just a suggestion, maybe also calculate the digital age that we're moving into. So with everything as far as if we're moving in, if we're going to decide if we're going to get rid of the Chromebooks or if we're going to keep the Chromebooks, however we decide, we need to calculate that into this future cost. And so I think that's something we should keep in mind when we're putting these numbers out there, so the community knows and we see these huge numbers. We need to be able to justify that. And so if we're not calculating that, we need to. And I am ready for a motion, but this has been great information. I think the community really needed this to dissect this a little bit, and I really appreciate you guys hanging in there with us.
Okay, I just want to, so thank you so much. Trustee Stevens, Trustee Cavazos has a question, but are your questions answered? Because
I actually have 2 questions, and then
Okay.
I'm ready to make my motion.
Okay, and then we'll take Trustee Cavazos right after you. Go ahead.
Okay, so real, out of curiosity, I know we got all these Tier 1, Tier 2 textbooks, right? Do we have any, you mentioned the new schools that are coming in, right? Do we have any textbooks sitting in a warehouse where, there's nothing in storage anywhere for them? They would need to order brand new if they chose to?
Trustee Stevens, no, we don't have the capacity to store textbooks.
Okay.
We don't know what they're going to order in advance. So, plus Mountain State is in Utah, so it's very close, quick turnaround.
That's fair, okay. And then lastly, during this process, at any point, since it is coming out of the individual schools' budgets, were any of the principals surveyed to see maybe what they needed last year, what they think they're going to need in their projected year, anything like that?
Trustee Stevens, Dustin Mansell, Chief Academic Officer for the record. We do collect forms from schools that are purchasing materials. I've been doing that now for about 3 years since we've had the 386 process, which is to ensure that our schools, if they're buying something that is online, they have a data sharing agreement with the vendor. And they submit those to us to ensure that they are working with the appropriate departments within the district. It changes 50 to 75% of the time every single year by the schools. So literally when the schools are deciding what they need, there is a change annually.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just make this quick, because thank you so much. You've answered constituent questions and expanded upon our briefing questions. So this might be something for a follow-up if my colleagues, if we decide to go with this alternative, and that's to maybe get some data as far as percentage of the usage of the digital textbooks right now, as opposed to the hard cover textbooks. And I know that's not something I want to just spring on you right now, but maybe Dr. Larson-Mitchell, could get back to us on that or at a future date, if possible. I didn't tell you about that ahead of time, so I'm not going to ask you the answer right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Johnson, I'm going to give you an opportunity to chime in, and then, oh, Dr. Larson Mitchell, did you have your mic on?
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Cavazos, yes, we can, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Johnson?
Nothing from me. Thank you, though.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Stevens. I think we're in the home stretch right here.
So, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Members of the board, Interim Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell, I would like to make a motion based on everything that we've heard. I would like to make a motion that we instead approve a $10 million ceiling until we revisit this again with a new, when we hire our new superintendent, as that individual may have a different idea for what this would look like. So I'd like to revisit this at that time, but for now, to make sure that we don't run out of funds at the end of the fiscal year, not run out of funds, but don't give them the purchasing power, I would like to lower that amount if we could, and that's my motion.
Thank you. I would entertain a second, and then we can have discussion on the motion. Is there a second? And I see Trustee Barron.
Yeah, not exactly what I had in mind, but that is something I can definitely second.
Okay, so now we can have discussion. Since we have a first and a second, the motion is to approve a 10 million ceiling until we hire a new superintendent. Any discussion? Trustee Esparza-Straffagan?
Going back to the experts, is 10 million going to be enough?
Just given what we've seen historically, and the fact that we've just come off of a couple years of large central purchases, I think we could manage that for the first year, and if need, bring it back to the board.
Thank you. We have our legal counsel weighing in.
Yes, thank you very much. John Okazaki, General Counsel, for the record. Just to remind the board, the motion on the agenda is for all of these items. So if you pull one off, you can modify one line item, but make sure that you include in the motion your approval of all the rest of the line items in the motion,
Okay, I get what you're saying.
if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. Trustee Stevens, would you like to amend your motion?
Yes, thank you, General Counsel. I mean, it would be great to take a look at this, but since we've only talked about this first line item and we have all of our answers for that, I will amend my motion to approve the rest of the purchasing awards with the edited A line for textbooks, that it would be 10 million as tabled until we look at this again with a new superintendent.
Okay, Trustee Barron?
Yeah, I think what the colleague is saying is she would like to make the motion to for us to allocate $15,865,818.40. That's if I'm okay with the math. I'm not a math guy. I taught English, psychology, social studies, but I could be wrong. I mean.
Thank you. So we're going to make it clear, because you did, I understand now what you did. So just for clarity, that the amended motion from Trustee Stevens is that we're going to approve the rest of the purchasing awards for item A when it becomes to textbooks, reference, and supplemental material. We are approving a 10 million cap. Yeah? And a ceiling until we hire a new superintendent. So that is the motion, and that is the second. Trustee Basidia. Okay. Then I'm going to ask for the vote. If you could please cast your vote. Trustee Johnson?
I'm here.
Oh, yes, okay, just want to make sure here. So that is 7-0, and that moves forward. We are now going to go ahead, thank you, very good discussion, and I'm grateful how we're learning as a team. We're going to go ahead and go to reading the warrants. Trustee Henry?
The ratified warrants as listed in the bills payable, transmittal, and board memorandum number 11-24-25 in the total amount of $184,492,936.29.
Thank you so much. Before we open item number 3.01, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public comment card? That's the yellow card that we have. If not, then I'm going to invite our interim CFO and our monitor compliance individual, Ms. Yolanda Keene from Keene Strategies, LLC. And many more people. The whole group. Dr. Larson Mitchell, I don't know who would like to start.
Madam President, if it's okay, I would like to start. So good evening, Madam President and board members, as well as interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. As you mentioned, my name is Yolanda King, and I am with King Strategies. I have been appointed as the compliance monitor for the Clark County School District's corrective action plan. The initial report today, so today is the first day of providing a report to you on the plan, will summarize the events that have led up to the development of the corrective action plan, and it will outline for you the key components that have been included in the approved action plan. So just to take us back a little bit to recap how we got to where we are today, on November 25th, the state's Superintendent of Public Instruction, Ms. Joan Ebert, issued a non-compliance notice to the Clark County School District. And the non-compliance notice was pursuant to the State Board's Education Regulation 65-22, as well as under NRS 388G.580. The notification was the request from the State Superintendent of Public Education. It was a request for the Clark County School District to put a corrective action plan together based upon the non-compliance. Also, as part of this notification, the state informed the Clark County School District of my appointment as the compliance monitor pursuant to the Regulation 6522. So as the compliance monitor, the responsibilities for myself will be to provide oversight and support and assistance to the Clark County School District in the implementation and the ongoing review, as well as the reporting of the corrective action plan. I am pleased today to report to you that the Clark County School District, they have submitted their corrective action plan to the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, and that plan was approved on January 9th. The plan, you will note, and we will go over the details of what's included in the plan. That plan identified problems and the issues that led up to the non-compliance for the school district. The plan also recognized the level at which the issues were created, and the plan acknowledges the factors that contributed to those problems. Furthermore, the district outlined in that plan a detailed actions in order to correct the issues, the concerns, the problems that led up to the non-compliance. And then lastly, the plan includes what I'm viewing as ambitious goals, but I believe they are achievable for the completion of the corrective action plan. So at this point in time, what I'd like to do is I'd like to turn the presentation over to Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell and her team to provide you and the public with what's included in that detailed corrective action plan.
Thank you, Ms. King. Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. So we developed a corrective action plan, as Ms. King indicated, and that plan was approved by the Nevada Department of Education on January 9th. I'm referring to reference information labeled B under, as in boy, in 3.01 if you want to follow along with me. So just to lay out the structure of the corrective action plan, you'll notice that we have indicated problem statements. There are 2 problem statements within our corrective action plan. Problem statement 1, challenges in providing timely and accurate funding information to school precincts aligned with NRS 388G.6501, NRS 388G.6601, and NRS 388G.68. Our second problem statement, you'll see it for the first time on page 11 of the corrective action plan, includes failure to provide up-to-date information to local school precincts, and further indicated that CCSD does not have processes and procedures in place to adequately manage new information received by the district after January 15th. So you will see those 2 problem statements within our corrective action plan. Under each problem statement, we identified root causes. You will see there are 3 root causes within our plan. Root cause number 1, there was no collective ownership, monitoring, and accountability in the development and implementation of the district budget, including school budgets and central services. Our second root cause starts on page 7 of the document. Root cause 2, the budget approval process did not include a detailed system to evaluate and monitor that school budgets met all requirements prescribed by the pupil-centered funding plan. And then root cause 3 is on page 9. Root cause 3, there were no established budget cycle protocols that promoted a collective ownership to support the district, including monitoring and accountability. So as I've laid out, we have our problem statements. We identified root causes that then led us to what are the goals? What do we need to do to make sure that we address the root causes to see improvement? So you'll see goal 1 there on page 1, establish expectations, including collective ownership and decision-making processes. Goal 2 is on page 2. Evaluate and revise the school budget guidance, adding additional resources as determined by the process improvement cycle. You'll see goal 2 is also included on page 3, on page 4, on page 5, and then goal 3 is starting on page 6. Evaluate and review the staffing and resources needed for the budget and finance unit. And then you'll see we go back to goal 1 to solve for that. And then goal 3, and then our last goal, goal 4, is on page 14. Increase transparency of school budget information and impact with school organizational teams. So then what we did in order to meet the goals is we created action steps. We have 29 action steps within our plan. So on page 1, if you just move across the document with me, you'll see our action steps listed. And again, there are 29 action steps. Then you will see the responsible party, who is the lead for that action step, who are the participants, and who are the stakeholders. You will then see a timeline and status. So some of these may be when we start developing that action step. Some of them may be when we are finishing that action step. And then you will see communication, resources, and professional learning if it's applicable. One thing you'll notice in that column with communication resources and professional learning is if a document or resource or professional learning is new, it is italicized. So you will see that we have created a lot of new materials and resources and professional learning for our principals and our school organizational teams. And then the last column there is monitoring and verification. These are the artifacts that have been approved for verification by the Nevada Department of Education. So if I take you just for example, if we go to page 2, and we run through one of our action steps, create a cross-functional team to complete the processes associated with the development of school budgets, including documenting the end-to-end process, calculations, resources, professional learning, and support structures. So that action step is really getting at that root cause where we did not have collective ownership, we didn't have monitoring, and we didn't have accountability. And so as you move across that action step, you'll see that our Chief Strategy Officer is the lead in that action step. You can see all of the participants, and our stakeholders are our principals. You can see the timeline and status for this action step was September through October 2024. We have completed that action step. Then you can see under communication resources and professional learning, you can see that end-to-end school budget development process map is italicized, so it is a new resource. The spring school budget guide has been updated. It has been revised. However, we have had the school budget guide, so you'll see it's not italicized. We've enhanced it, but it's not a new resource. Also with the fall school budget guide. Then you can see the school budget development technical manual is italicized, and that is a new resource. We have been monitoring and verifying the work through our executive and extended leadership team meeting agendas, our unit chief meeting agendas, and then our ongoing weekly and biweekly meetings. And at this time, with your permission, Madam President, I would like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Kelly Kowal-Paul to go into detail a little bit with that school budget development technical manual.
Thank you, Dr. Larson-Mitchell. Madam President, Kelly Kowal-Paul for the record, Chief Strategy Officer. If you'll remember, we sat here before you in October and shared with you our plans to implement a cross-functional process improvement cycle regarding the development of school budgets. The output of that process is the school budget development technical manual and the end-to-end school budget development process map. We've attached the technical manual for you as reference B, I think. Sorry, E. And I would love to walk you through kind of how that document is structured and what the improvement that document represents. It is truly the core of our corrective action plan and has proven to be something that I think will serve us very, very well in future budget cycles, as it did for this very first run-through that we used it. As you look at the school budget development technical manual, at the very front is a table of contents. Each one of these items in the table of contents is a protocol for one step in the development of school budgets. So you can see there are kind of big categories of work. The first category is to plan for the budget development cycle. Each step in that process has identified inputs, a series of action steps with responsible owners, and a series of outputs. Then you see at the end of each of these, every couple of items, you see something highlighted in green. Those things highlighted in green are where we have implemented an opportunity for a cross-functional group of unit leaders. We utilize our existing chiefs meetings to review all of the outputs from each step before they become an input to the next one, so that we can avoid any errors as we continue on through the process. So you can see that first step is the planning step. The next step, step 1, and all of its sub-processes are how we prepare budgets for school release. Number 2 is also to prepare the school budget documentation and guidance. That includes the school budget guide, but also some approval checklists and things like that. And then A new step that we added is a principal school budget preview. That allows the principals who are the practitioners of the school budget to have the last set of eyes on the budgets before they're available for editing, so that they can just catch any last things that we might have missed or that we might need to adjust. Then we get into 3B, which is where principals are actually adjusting their school budgets. That's what's happening right now in schools. Step 4, I'm on page 2, is the series of approvals that are required for school budgets, and then finally the implementation of school budgets as part of the school performance plan. I think as you look through these documents, you'll find that we have used this very kind of detailed protocol process to solve both of those major root causes that we had identified for you earlier in the fall. The organizational and process silos, and then a lack of process documentation. So where we had no process documentation in some cases, we have an abundance of process documentation at this point. Now, what we have built into the technical manual and the process is a review of the individual protocols themselves. So that's part of the process. So if you thumb through and look at some of those confirmation protocols, you'll find a series of guiding questions. One of those questions on every one is, do we need to update the process? Did we learn anything as we did this that would make us want to change some of those action steps for the next round? And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Larson-Mitchell.
Thank you, Ms. Kowal-Paul. Madam President, members of the board, we can pause there if there are any questions that you have now.
I do see some questions. I'm going to, Dr. Larson-Mitchell, I know that there's also the public comment, so I don't know. Before I take any questions from the trustees, so do you still have more?
Madam President, members of the board, so there are 29 action steps. I wasn't planning on going through every action step. I wanted to kind of give the structure of it and give you an example of an action step, and then share in more detail one of our new resources. So we can pause there.
Okay, yeah, let me take public comment, and then we'll resume with one of the new features that we have. And so in the public comment, I have Miss Jessica Orta. Are you in the audience? If you could come forth, and then I have Vicky Crydell, Ed Gonzalez, and Anna Binder. So we just have 4 people that I know of. Yes, that way you guys can drink water and be ready. Miss Orta, and then please proceed.
Good evening, trustees, interim superintendent, and members of the community. My name is Jessica Orta, and I'm here to address the racial harassment and bullying my son has endured at his CCSD elementary school since September of 2023. My goal tonight is to provide a clear timeline of the incidents, share the results of today's meeting with the school, and request specific actions from this. I'm going to get into the compliance issues.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
I paused your time because I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same topic. So thank you so much.
Well, I mean, it's compliance related. I don't know if it's necessarily, when I spoke to them, I told them the specifics when I called in to comment.
Yes, ma'am.
And they put me on this agenda.
Okay, keep going. Your time's not running, but we want to hear you, so please proceed.
Okay, so anyway, to request specific actions from this board, particularly Trustee Biasotti, to address these systemic failures and ensure compliance with Nevada revised statutes and CCSD policies. So this began in the 2023 school year, 23-24 school year, when my son was subjected to repeated racial bullying by a group of students. One boy in particular targeted him with comments about his skin color, calling him dirty and burnt by the sun. Despite repeated reports to the teacher, the school failed to take meaningful action. This inaction allowed the harassment to escalate. In January 24, the bullying culminated in a physical attack. 3 boys from the same group surrounded and jumped my son. Overwhelmed by a 3-to-1 ratio, my son was forced to defend himself, and instead of recognizing this as self-defense in response to months of racial harassment, the school treated this incident as a mutual combat and suspended him along with the attackers. This response ignored the context and further victimized my son in clear violation of NRS 388.135 and CCSD Regulation 5141, which require fair and equitable disciplinary practices. The harassment continued in the 24-25 school year. Another boy from the same friend group escalated the abuse, starting the year by barring my son from entering the school, saying that he was, quote, too black to come inside. Since then, this boy has regularly directed slurs like the word nigger and racist jokes like calling him a watermelon muncher. Despite my son reporting these incidents to multiple staff members, including the principal and assistant principal, no meaningful intervention has occurred. This ongoing inaction violates NRS 388.145, which mandates timely investigations and parental notifications in cases of bullying. This morning, I met with the school principal and supervisor and representatives of the NAACP and National Action Network. The key outcomes of that meeting were that the school admitted to failing to treat the incidents as a pattern of racial harassment. Instead, they handled each as an isolated incident, which allowed the behavior to persist and escalate. The school did agree to revisit my son's suspension from January 2024, recognizing that his actions were from self-defense in response to being physically attacked. It was also confirmed that the school had not notified me of investigations or provided safety plans following these incidents, violating NRS 388.145 and CCSD Policy 5125, which required transparency and proper record keeping. Now, while the meeting addressed some issues, it also highlighted a lack of urgency and accountability in protecting my son and ensuring that these incidences are resolved. With respect to the time limit coming to a draw, I will conclude and I will finish during the additional public comment section.
Thank you, Ms. Horta. Ms. Crydell? And then if I could have Ed Gonzalez in the queue.
Good evening. Vicki Crydell for the record. I do feel better seeing that we're working on compliance and that some of the areas where there were concerns about the budget are being addressed, and we're looking at our silos and we're looking at how to make this process more accurate and better for everyone. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the cloud of fear that is over the district right now. Principals have come forward. They've told their staff about next year. I don't know what's happening at my school next year. I have no idea what my job will be next year. Some schools are losing up to 10 licensed educators. Some are losing all their CTTs, so there's going to be no one to do tier 2 groups anymore. I don't know how this is happening, but if we don't figure this out, it is going to crush the district. I don't know another way to put it. You don't understand what it's like to be a staff member at a school, lose your job, and then be forced to find another school, or just, in some cases, your educators are going to walk away from public education. The last few years has been a lot. And if we don't figure this out, you're going to lose. Right now, there's about 4,000 licensed educators in Las Vegas that are not in a classroom. Why? Because it's too much and they're not getting the support they need. You're going to continue to lose people from public education until we get to the point where there are schools that are not going to be able to stay open for safety reasons. We have to figure this out. So I'm glad we have the compliance. I looked through all of the materials, and some of it looks really good, like we're moving forward, but there's some pressing issues, and if you don't reach out to your staff right now and tell your staff what's going on and explain it, because not all the principals either can explain it or will explain it. If you don't communicate with your staff, you're going to lose a whole lot of people before they even lose their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, and then we will have Ms. Binder as the last person.
Thank you, Madam President, Interim Superintendent Brenda Larson-Mitchell. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I'm the community member at Hickey Elementary School Organizational Team. I'm speaking as an individual. I know we have many new trustees. I'll give you my background in the reorganization. In 2015, I worked in the Speaker's office as a policy analyst when we came up with this legislation. Had the honor to chat about this with the President Bustamante Adams at the time. Also worked with legislators who sat on the committee who came up with this original legislation, the regulations that turned to AB 469. I was, during the 2017 legislative session, a lobbyist for CCA to ensure that that bill got passed. And I've been involved in SOT at Hickey since 2018. First of all, I want to thank the superintendent. I want to thank Yolanda King and also interim CFO Diane Bartholomew. This is a good document. This is probably the most detailed that we've had under the previous superintendent, the previous CFO. It's been like a wall of silence that you don't get this kind of information, getting the detail. We had our SOT meeting yesterday. We talked 2 hours. It's one of 2 meetings. The spreadsheets, the details of it, it's detailed. It leads to more questions about processes, but that's a good thing, and you should be commended for that. The second part that I have, this is just a minor part of the reorganization. We're talking about compliance on reports going down to schools. It's like the bureaucracy, making sure the bureaucracy is doing bureaucratic things. But I don't want this body to think that we are in compliance with reorganization. The State Board of Education has called back their AB 469 subcommittee. This is the 8th committee to look at this to try to ensure the district is compliant with this law. But I do want to highlight interim superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell with this work. I mentioned this story at the State Board of Education meeting. There is a vast difference of the information in here than we've had in previous times. And I know members of this body have sat on SOTs, some fairly recently, like Trustee Henry. But when we talk about this as a value to the SOT, these documents that you see, the strategic budget guide, none of these are public. None of these are part of the training material. The only part you're going to find it right now is in this agenda. That needs to change. I submitted a public records request for the school budget guide, and I hope Superintendent, you can help me on this. I got a notice today saying that I have to wait 5 days. They didn't get a reply from the department. I may get that on February 6th, which is a day before the meetings. There's good information. Teams should know about this. There's a lot of information for principals to do it, but schools, organizational teams don't have that type of information. They don't have a lot of information about the budgetary process. That's why you hear people come up to here right now and saying, we are concerned. The district has been very good at saying we have a lower enrollment coming in. Well, that affects funding, but that's lower enrollment. And so you have to make adjustments for that. And so that's going to happen through the natural process. If anything, this is something we've long known. It's explained in some detail. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Ms. Binder?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, interim superintendent Larson Mitchell. So I was really confused because I don't know, it says this compliance monitoring update is presented by Ms. King, but it sounds like the superintendent prepared it, so I don't know. So earlier today, when I was sitting at the legislative budget meeting, I went on our website, which is such a vast source of information depending where you look. And it was really interesting because I screenshot like something that I thought would be pertinent, that if you weren't actually looking for this, you probably would never find it. Hang on one second. And it's really small because I screenshot it. So this was in that 282-page independent audit report that I know most trustees don't read because I was on the audit advisory committee, and in our presentations, nobody could ask a question because they didn't understand anything in that report except our long-term trustees. So I always appreciate that. But in that report, it talks about the student enrollment projections. And so this was just accepted by this board in November of 2024. So some of you are new and weren't a part of that. And if you are unfamiliar with our demographics zoning department, DZG, whatever, they are amazing. So it says in there, DZG utilizes the current birth rate and cohort projection techniques, including, review of the number of new residents, birth rates, things like that, right? So in November, student enrollment had decreased about 4,800 students for the 23-24 school year. And it was estimated for 24-25 school year that we would may see a smaller decrease and potentially could hit down to 287,352 students. So I thought that was interesting because if you've ever heard or had a conversation with DZG, they get it right, like decades of getting it right. So anyways, I also did want to, as an SOT chair and member who constantly has to remind our team about AB 469 and 388G, And we have a new principal. Like I said, she's on her second year, so she's still learning a lot. I have now taken this, and I'm going to scan it in and ask that it be circulated to my SOT team because it is awesome. And if you did not tune in or attend the State Board of Education meeting, like Mr. Gonzalez said, I have been advocating for them to bring back that AB 469 subcommittee for quite some time now. And so they don't meet again until March, so hopefully it will be on there, but this is going to mean that one of you need to get appointed to it. So come March.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Dr. Larson Mitchell, then we're ready for the second part.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. We're happy to take any questions at this point in time,
Thank
President.
you. Trustee Dominguez?
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to thank Governor Lombardo for coming in and having Miss Yolanda King to us. I think it's been a great addition to the team here that we have. I know you guys have been working so diligently and really hard on everything. But truly, we are fixing the mess left behind from our past leadership. And so what I wanted to dig into saying is just thank you for the hard work that you've done. I know that this has come a long way, and just to reorganize everything. And I know you've been communicating with principals and making sure you're trying to keep that communication flowing. And I, just as a, just throwing it out there as a suggestion, is maybe down the line, you know, maybe in 6 months, 8 months, we go down and we really look at the organizational portion of what happened, because I think that's what led to these issues, is that not having that organizational chart, distributing lines of work, and having eyes on different points of the business structure of CCSD. And if I could also add a suggestion as far as, you know, maybe we go down some of the rabbit holes that are coming out as far as the laptops that are in storage sitting there, and making sure that we're not having that huge government waste, and assuring the public that they're not out there. So I know sometimes they are kind of rabbit holes and we can't go down each one of them, but we want to assure the public there is not government waste happening, and we want to make sure that we are utilizing every resources that we have for the students, for the staff. And again, I appreciate you guys spending so many late days and nights and hours just staring at this and creating this budget. I actually attended the taxation meeting that happened, and I was bracing for impact, but I appreciated that they had said that everything that you had submitted was, one, on time, was a great product, and I appreciate that we are back on track, and we are not going to be looking back to the past, and we're moving towards the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Stevens?
Hi, so Interim Superintendent Brenda Larson Mitchell. Quick question on, I think it's document B. It was the first one that you brought up. If you go to page 3, I see at the bottom under communication resources and professional learning, under that column, you have principal professional learning in italics. And I was just wondering if you can kind of explain a little bit what that looks like. I've been talking to some of the principals in my district, and one of the things they said would be really helpful with this is if they had some formal training on, how to do a budget and how to be compliant. I think it looks like you guys are on the right track here. I was just wondering what that might look like for them.
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Stevens, thank you. And I do want to share, and my apologies for not sharing this at the beginning, this has truly been a team effort from everybody. So, sorry, I care about the people I work with. They've worked so very hard. And I say that meaning the central team. I say that meaning our school-based leaders, our support professionals, our licensed professionals. Everybody works extremely hard, and you can see by this technical manual, it involved everybody. everybody. So I just want to thank everybody for all of the hard work and the late hours and sticking with it, and our principals for having faith in us and delivering on what we promised that we would. Sorry for my emotions, but I care. So the professional learning really followed the school budget guide. So it had general information, and then we went into detail, which we hadn't done in the past, as to how schools were allocated their dollars. So Ms. Kelly Kowal-Paul went through the pupil-centered funding plan and did an amazing job. Mr. Manzi went through projections and student enrollment and how we're really projecting what their weighted enrollment may be for the fall. And Ms. Gutierrez shared pieces, and so it was definitely a team effort. So if I may, if Ms. Kowal-Paul or Ms. Gutierrez wants to share any more specific details of the professional learning, but approximately every other month we have principal leveled meetings, and we dedicated the January principal leveled meetings, so we do them by elementary, middle, and high school. We dedicated those principal leveled meetings to professional learning. Listening also to principals, they want additional professional learning on the budget. So in the future, we'd really like to lean on our principal mentors who have been amazing in helping some of our new principals, where they would really work with principals on their school performance plans and their allocated dollars, and help them really dig into their budget. So more professional learning to come, principal to principal. But I don't know if anybody else wants to share any more specifics regarding the PL.
Thank you, Dr. Larson-Mitchell. Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Kelly Kowal-Paul. We took the opportunity to have all the principals there with us, as Dr. Larson-Mitchell said, to broaden their understanding of the PCFP, which is not only how we allocate funds to schools, it really is how the state allocates funds to us. Then we explained to them how we turn those funds that we receive into funds that support central office, and how those funds are distributed to schools. We shared with them how each individual school budget was, school allocation was calculated. We gave them a resource where they could follow the math. We showed our work, so to speak, so that what I promised them in the fall is that they should be able to calculate their own budgets and get, I kept saying, pretty dang close to the number that we get. And I think we got pretty dang close to giving them a tool that allows them to do that. So we shared that with them as well. We also shared with them some clarification as to the requirements surrounding carry forward dollars, so unspent money that schools have at the end of the year that they can retain for future years. There is a stipulation in the law that if those funds are not spent within 2 years, they get reverted back to the state. But then there are also some overlapping requirements in the PCFP law about funding requirements. So we explained to them how those overlapping requirements will show up in the way they budget and see their allocations. And then we also shared with them, as Dr. Larson-Mitchell said, some detailed about their projected enrollment and how we got to those numbers. We shared with them some of the decisions we'd made about which purchases we'd be making centrally, so that schools would know what types of resources they would not have to pay for. We make those decisions by December so that we can inform schools in January. And then finally, we made it really clear to them which parts of the information we were giving them were unknowns and how far they were unknown. So what we provided to them was a school budget based on this year's district funding. We don't know what next year's funding would be. We provided them estimates of salaries based on what we can project now, knowing negotiations have not happened. But we also know that there is possibility for change on both sides of the equation for the schools. So while we wanted to be very, very clear about how we were calculating the numbers that they were having to work with to build their budgets, we also wanted to try to make sure we were very, very clear about how many unknowns there are in developing school budgets in the spring especially.
If I could add to that, Trustee Stevens, Melissa Gutierrez, for the record, I think one of the most powerful things for principals about this professional learning was after they had the whole group sessions where we went over all of the components of their budget, they had their budget in preview read-only mode, so they could take that learning, apply it to their budget, and then the next 3 days, there were 40 separate virtual sessions that principals could hop into and ask any questions from the experts that were there that helped develop those components of their budget. So if they had any questions at all about their budget or how we develop those numbers, they could get those answers right away. And now this week, that is being followed by one-on-one sessions with the budget team and our other departments. So if there are any further questions, they have that one-on-one opportunity as well.
Thank you. I have Trustee Esparza-Strophagan.
So I appreciate the passion. And it does show the fact that, and I'm going to say something, and I'm going to just say it. Like, you have been very reflective, you have been very intentional, and you've had to clean up. This has been years of a lack of transparency and a lack of process. So it's inheriting a situation that you are now having to be the face of. So we're grateful. Thank you, Ms. King, for bringing in your expertise, but I do want to acknowledge our team for owning it, because that's what leaders do. Thank you for that. I want to get into a specific page. On page 10, I believe, it's the carryover funds. And the reason I want to bring this up is we are entering the legislative session. There are some laws on the books now that have not existed before regarding carryover funds. So can you give us, I want to be forward thinking, okay? We learned some lessons. Let's move forward. What is it that we know with the new legislation about that amount of money? And what is it that we need to plan for our schools looking in the future? If someone can address those two. Thank you.
Evening. Sorry. Evening. Trustee Esparza-Strophagan, Diane Bartholomew for the record. So you're discussing SB 282, right? We've all been waiting with bated breath. We've known about it for over a year, a couple years actually. So with the carryover, so schools with available balances exceeding 5% of that fiscal year's expenses. That's the bucket we're talking about. So schools will have a 2-year window to spend that funding on very specific things. There's a through J, and I'm sorry I don't have the list in front of me of what they'll be able to spend that funding on. And then after the 2 years, it will revert back to the state. Doesn't come back to the district, it goes back to the state for the funding. So we do have a process in place to track that, because we need to. It needs to be tracked in all the funding in general and in the weighted funding in EL, at risk, and GATE. So we'll have a separate bucket built into right now that they're doing. They have a separate column for each of those carryover amounts so that they can budget for it separately, so that when we load into the financial system come June, they will have a separate bucket for them to spend it out of, so that we can track the spending and what they're spending it on. And every year, the buckets get added to, right? We had a very nice chart from Kelly Cole-Paul about what it looks like. So it will get cumbersome. So that's it. Yep.
Madam President, if I could add to that, there are requirements in the SB 282, I'm sorry, not SB 282, in the PCFP law, SB 282, that require the return of funds after 2 years, also have a list of spending restrictions. However, there are also requirements in the PCFP law regarding allowable uses for weighted funds. So both requirements apply to carried forward weighted funds. So what principals are seeing in their budgets this year are their current year's base, their current year weighted funds, their last year carry forward base, their last year carried forward weighted funds. Next year, they will see their current year, the previous year, and the 2 years previous. The year after that, which will be FY28, so the 27-28 school year, is the year that anything left over from FY25, which is the current year's carry forward that they will be seeing into the next year, that's when those funds will revert to the state. So right now, what principals have at their disposal is the ability to budget specifically those dollars and see the budget and spend of those dollars so that they can see what's being spent before it has the opportunity to be reverted to the state.
Sorry, if I may add to that, in the school budget guide, the spring school budget guide on page 17 is what that looks like and what that is going to look like for a principal.
Thank you for the comprehensive response, because if we're thinking forwardly, principals right now are using the carryover funds to save people and positions and buy supplies and make sure that those are not going to be gone. So I just think trustees, we need to do a really better job of having a conversation with our elects about where is that money going to go once the state takes it, and what is the process for us to potentially appeal in getting it back, because that is very concerning. The only follow-up I want to say to the PD, I've had many principals express explicitly the new process has been very helpful. One of the things that they have said is really maybe consider, and I know you've received this feedback, the opportunity for more time. It's not to say, I know they have to submit it in a certain amount of time because of the regulations, but it's more time with the analyst. It's more time with their peer mentor principals that have experience. So think about the next cycle that we can build in a little bit more time for them to have more sessions or such, because that is just the voice that I've been hearing them express. So thank you. I'll yield.
Ms. King?
Madam President, I think this is probably the appropriate time to kind of walk through really what my process looks like with validating the compliance to the actual plan. And a couple of you have mentioned that today. So you will note on the plan that there are certain action steps that are marked complete. And so the work has been completed by the school district with regard to that action plan. However, the step that I want to take to validate is, and that's exactly what I need to do, is to validate that the action step and the work that was completed on that action step is actually addressing the problem and the root causes that have been stated in the action plan. So it's not taking just the blanket of the work has been done, it's been complete. I think also part of that validation includes asking our end users, the process that occurred last year or in prior years and the process that occurred this year, was there a dramatic change? Was there transparency? Was there communication in, how these budgets were built? So there's a lot of questions that I myself will want and have been asking with regard to the work that has been completed. But that's for me to validate that the steps that were taken are addressing the problems and how we got to this point. In addition to that, I also want to clarify that the school district was required to put together this corrective action plan. The superintendent of education, Ms. Ebert, that was a part of the letter that was received with regard to noncompliance. That was the action that the school district had to take, was to put together the corrective action plan. So hence the reason why today I have asked them to discuss and go into detail with regard to putting that action plan together and including the details of that action plan, because they put that together. They're familiar with, the action steps, the goals, they know the problems that they're trying to achieve. And then the next step will be for me to go in and to validate that. And part of that validation does include the concern about, not really the concern, but the issue of digging a little bit deeper into the processes. And so for the last 2 to 3 weeks, I have been talking to staff, particularly the finance staff. I've been trying to understand what their processes are and take a look at some of the best practices that can be improved based on the plans and the processes that they're doing at this point in time, and even the improvements that they've made. And when I talk about best practices, it's, okay, my experience with particularly budgets have been, well, why are you doing it this way? And why aren't you doing it this way? And can we look at how we can do something a little bit better? Can we look at how to validate and really build up that trust that the public, as well as the trustees, the staff, that they have with the finance? So a lot of the questions that I'm asking is really processing questions and processes. And part of what is coming out of my validation will include recommendations on how to change those processes. That makes it better for the staff. It makes it more transparent. It even makes it so that there's a lot of communication that's coming out from the district staff. And so staff has done a phenomenal job, I think, up until this point when it comes to communication and when it comes to transparency, because that was not there in the past. And so, again, the only way to validate that is the end users. Is this a much better process? Did you feel that you were able to get the information that you needed? Do you understand how your budgets were built? Were your questions answered? And so those are all the things that I will be looking at, and then just trying to validate, okay, are we addressing what really those root causes are? So I just felt that it was important to just validate that, they were required to put the plan together. I am required to monitor the plan and to ensure that the plan has been corrected in accordance with addressing those root causes or those problem statements. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, Trustee Ramona, were you still had a question?
I'm gonna use my time.
Okay.
You said I can. Okay. Another area that we need to really review is concerns about, let's say, principals are using carryover money to do site-based projects. So a lot of that is hinged upon the timeline having to be spent at a certain amount of time. The frustration is getting the projects done in time. So looking at efficiencies of that process for them to be able to use that money before it's taken. So I just want that to be something to be considered, because that has been brought to my attention by some of my principals as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Henry?
Thank you. My question was going to be, well, one of my questions was going to be for you. So I'm happy that you did speak up, and I appreciate that, because I wanted to know during this process what were some things that may have caused pause, and what are those things that cause applause, because you did say the goals are ambitious but achievable. And so I just wanted to hear a little more from you about that.
So the applause part of this is the transparency and the communication that has been embedded to the process. And so going forward, in order to validate, did that make a difference, particularly with the principals and putting their budgets together? That's where we need to ask the end user, like how, especially those who have been a part of the process and have seen the process before, just to validate and understand, did that make a difference? And did you feel that you got the information and the training and whatever information they felt they needed? So the transparency and the communication part definitely needs an applause from staff and going forward. The pause piece of it, I just can be the nature of my background, but my first instinct was to go to finance and to understand the budget development process and to understand how or what the processing is for calculating specifically salaries and benefits. Salaries and benefits, it ends up being obviously the largest part of any budget and a significant part of the budget. And if there have been some concerns and issues where some items, expenses have not been included as part of the budgeting process, and hence the reason why we end up to where we ended up with the non-compliance. Why did that happen? And so that was my first go-to in trying to understand and where I just kind of took pause and thought, okay, what the heck is going on? Because if you've got to have processes and validate and validate and validate your numbers. You have to do that. And so one of the first things that I realized was that the actual forecasting system, I'll say it's not a system, I'll say a process. The forecasting process for salaries and benefits, the largest expense item within your budget, it is being completed on an Excel spreadsheet. There's no software system in place, and for a budget of your size, and when we talk about an Excel spreadsheet, those of you like who are familiar with it, you're looking at a spreadsheet with 40,000 lines of information, rows of information, because that includes every employee, it includes the calculation of all the employees, and then you can easily probably go over 40 rows or columns. So you got 40,000 rows, 40 columns of information, and that information is being calculated. And when I say manually, there are formulas in these cells. And anyone who's worked with numbers, somewhere those formulas can get messed up. And somewhere, and when you have that much information and leaving that with one person to try to validate, that's a lot of information. So you need a software package or program that will calculate that for you, and then you utilize your finance or your budget staff to validate what the software program has calculated for you. So that was the first and foremost, especially with the budget of this size. We just need to move more into the 21st century and get a software package that actually does that for us. And so we talked about that, or I talked about that with the finance department, and they agree and feel it's something that we have to move forward on. So that is something that's in the action plan, and it's to investigate it, but I would highly recommend that going forward for the next budget cycle, we look at a software program that can do that so that it's in place when we get to the next budgeting cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I also wanted to, because I do see SOT mentioned in here as stakeholders, and just want to ensure that we're being proactive in ensuring that the SOT members, especially our parents, do have the opportunity to have those additional trainings.
Thank you. Trustee Satori?
Thank you. And I do also want to thank our staff for all of their incredibly hard work. That was my question, too. It was related to the transparency piece for our SOTs, for our community. And talking with the principals, there's definitely concern over their budgets, but I got the same feedback as well, that it was definitely more understandable, better explained to them, that they had a better grasp on it, and that definitely more eyes on it helps increase that accountability. So my question was kind of, how do we further carry over that transparency to our, and I have a couple of questions, but to our SOTs, to our community, how do we ensure that we're getting that transparency out?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Trustee Satori, first, on a broader scale, the SOTs receive training from their principals that is on the reorg in general. That is approved by NDE every year. We had a conversation with the state board that we may want to beef up the budgeting section, budgeting approval section of that next year, which I completely agree to. Second of all, one of the new resources we've provided, actually we provided it in the fall, but updated it for this recent spring session, is a communication guidance for principals to help them share critical information with their SOTs when they're sharing their budget with them. Some of the things we included were like, remember this is a budget. It's based on estimates, which are built on layers of other estimates. Remember, there are unknowns in terms of funding and in terms of cost of employees. Also, we encouraged them to share their entire budget, their entire detailed budget, so that the SOT was seeing exactly what the principal was planning to submit, things like that. So there's always room for improvement there, for sure. I think what we've shown is a great improvement from the past. Also, part of the benefit of some of the tools that we've provided to increase understanding for principals is available for them to share with their SOTs. So that tool that I was mentioning earlier where I said we were showing our work, they can use that tool to describe for the SOTs where the funds come from, how it got calculated, things like that. I don't believe it to be, this is what we calculated and here's the truth. I believe it to be an opportunity for a conversation with principals in the future about funding decisions that we make, but so that we're on equal playing fields as best we can in terms of understanding while we have those discussions, which will only just further the process even more every time.
Thank you. Yeah, I do agree. Definitely, principals understanding it themselves better, they can be able to speak to it and present to it. I had another question as well, if I may. From Ms. King, do you have, as far as the validation, that process you're talking about of kind of following up on these things, what does that timeline kind of look like for validating, for providing that feedback as well?
So my initial thought is to look at the items that have been marked completed by the school district. And I don't have a timeline. It really depends on the conversations, the validation, and understanding the processes of what's happening. I don't know the district's business per se and the processes that take place. So it takes me time to talk to people, to understand, to learn about what it is. And then that is just my way of processing and understanding, okay, if there's a better way to do it, or assessing the fact that, okay, what they have put in place does in fact address what the root problem or the root cause is. So my plan going forward was to address the items that they have completed, then that way there is some validation from myself to you, to also Superintendent Ebert, that they have completed, the step associated, and that we can move forward. And they're complying with their plan with regard to those particular action steps, and then just kind of move forward based on what the timelines are for each of those steps.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
I mean, it could easily, obviously, be a number of months.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your support and guidance as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustees Zamora.
Thank you, Madam President. I feel like I cannot thank you all enough. Just the presentation itself, this was great. And then seeing the guide is even more amazing. I think we're taking a step in the right direction. And I cannot wait to see how we really send this out to our principals, to our SOT members, and then putting it on our website, hopefully, so whoever's interested in being an SOT member will at least have an idea and get the ball rolling and know what they're signing up for. The only question I have is just for clarification. I know we're talking about accountability, right? So in this reference 3.01, we talk about responsible parties. Can you clarify who the executive lead team is and the extended leadership team is?
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson-Mitchell. Thank you, Vice President Zamora. So every week, the executive leadership team meets, which is chiefs in central leadership. And then we also, once a month at least, we have extended leadership, which includes all of our school associate superintendents. So for example, principal supervisors, Dr. Scavella, school associate superintendents, Mr. McPartland, and then we also have principals. So we have elementary, middle, and high school principals who serve on extended leadership. One of the things that we did do, I mean, when you think about it, I remember very clearly the week of September 16th. That's when this all started happening, and it's been 4 months. So in 4 months, we've completed this work and made things better. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. But what we did is we added to extended leadership our budget committee, which included more elementary principals, middle school principals, and high school principals during this 4-month process.
Thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate you bringing all different types of folks and fields to the table, right? Because that's how we're going to come up with a solution. Thank you, Ms. King, for everything you've done.
Trustee Johnson.
All right, thanks.
The first question is for you, Ms. King, and then Dr. Larson Mitchell is for you. And I know we have a lot of people, so I'm going to ask hopefully short questions that can get just kind of direct responses. Ms. King, what is the target, or do we have a target for whether or not the process has been improved, or is it just binary, better than it was?
The target is going to be based on the timelines that are cited in the action plan.
No, I mean, I guess, so I guess if I ran a customer service agency and I was going out and doing a survey of my end user, and I said, I want to today, we are at 75% customer satisfaction. In order to say improvement, we need to be at 93%. Is that what we're working towards, or is it we want to be better than we were, which is just moving forward?
The first part of your question is to definitely have a target. When I speak of assessing how the end users view the process, and I have talked about completing some survey so that we can assess really how the process went, if it went well or if it didn't, if they felt certain things were communicated or not communicated, if there was transparency. So the idea is it's both. It's definitely to assess a survey to make sure that the process was definitely improved and then going forward. So that's really what the goal that I have in mind, because why are we doing this? We need to make sure that there are substantial changes and that the end users feel that there have been changes and improvements, because that also leads to just really goes back to the trust factor of what we're doing here today.
So it sounds like this year will be a foundational year to get to understand exactly what level of satisfaction exists, and then as we continue to move, continuous improvement, we will look for better satisfaction as we look to the future.
You have some level of continuous improvement that has occurred this year, because what
Correct.
you have is these items that have been, put into place where someone can assess based on their experience from last year. So you have some level of that already in place. But as Kelly mentioned, that there's continuous process improvement in these documents, and so part of their plan is to relook at these documents to see where even better improvements can be made, which will then be utilized in next year's budget process. But it's an ongoing, but I truly believe that there's some level of improvement that we can assess now, just because there's a lot of things that have been put in place for this cycle that wasn't last cycle, and then then that way we can assess exactly, was there an improvement made. I
All
hope
right.
that answers your question.
That's helpful, thank you. And then the last three, they may be a little tangential, but I just wanted to make sure I understand, is just for curiosity's sake. So the first is the funding that we have today, so when we allocate it accurately and when the budget process is done well, is the amount of funding that we have in our system, do we have enough to run our system optimally?
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell, no.
Okay. And then is our funding level proportionate to what other large-scale districts we have? So I'm large-scale, New York, Chicago, Miami, LA, the top four.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell, Trustee Johnson. At the NASB conference, they shared that with us in December. I want to say we were approximately 2,000. I can get that information to you, Trustee Johnson. I don't want to misquote it, but we are not where we need to be for funding. I think it goes back to Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan and bringing up SB 282 and the fact that, if we don't spend this money, it goes back to the state, and it needs to come home. It needs to come home to support our kids.
So it sounds like you answered my third, but I'm going to ask it out loud just to make sure I get a definitive answer. So are we able to spend funds in the same manner that other large urban districts are? And again, just the top four: LA, New York, Chicago, Miami.
Madam President, members of the board, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell, there are vast differences in our district due to NRS 388G.
So what I heard was we are unable to spend the money in the same way that other large urban districts are.
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Johnson, yes.
All right. And then the last question is, and I asked it last time, and I want to ask it again, like, what are the ways that this body can help support? So that sounds like, to me, the core of an issue. One, there's not enough money to run our system optimally. And yes, we do need to make sure that the processes are well, and we are allocating it in the right way. And even if that were true, we wouldn't have enough money to run our system well. So what are the ways that we can be supportive to make sure that we get the funding that's required to be able to run it optimally after the system is structured in a way to ensure that we are spending it well?
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Johnson, Brenda Larson Mitchell, for the record, we have to be one team. We need to be one team moving in the right direction and have common language, common speaking points, so that when we have opportunities to speak, as Trustee Esparza-Straffigan said, to our elects, that we're rowing in the same direction and that we are saying the same message of what we need to ensure that the students of the Clark County School District have what they need to be successful.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cavazos?
Thank you so much. Weighing in over here from the rural area of the dais. I'm going to, sorry, couldn't resist that. We're trying to kind of work with our new, hi, Lisa, I do miss you. I have a couple of constituent questions, but first I want to thank Ms. King, and I do want to thank our team for all this really hard work. It's obvious that your passion and your caring are there for our kids, and we realize that. So going on to the questions, I'll try to make this really quick. I know we still have another important item on here. This is a constituent question, and it was duly noted by this constituent about the new allocation workbook prototype. They want to know if this was completely done by yourselves, or did you look at any other prototypes for any other districts that were comparable? Tried to make that short.
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Cavazos, Kelly Kowal-Paul for the record. The school allocation workbook, which is what we lovingly were calling the prototype while it was in development, was built in-house by our budget team with some expectations and communication from our cross-functional team of leaders who are working on the system. Again, the whole goal was to make it easier for principals to see the math, what in the heck we were doing to get to the number that they were receiving in their budgets. There are still decisions to be made in terms of some changes there. There are some legacy kind of calculations that were happening that I personally believe need to be removed and done differently. But as Dr. Larson Mitchell said, 4 months is a really short amount of time. We wanted to make sure we weren't making changes that resulted in some unintended consequences we weren't prepared for. So we held some of those decisions for the next go-round, possibly the next spring go-round to save some angst in the fall true-up, of course. But so that the short answer is it was built by the budget team with the input of the whole group.
Thank you so much, and you know we're going to be following up on asking you for more of that. Another constituent question is the Excel spreadsheet that you were referring to. I think I know the answer to this, but is that separate from the payroll documents?
Madam President, Trustee Cavazos, can you clarify
Let me see,
payroll
I took
documents?
it down, payroll software, sorry.
Very different, yes, completely separate.
Very different, but she wanted me to ask it anyway. The last thing, and this is something, and again, I want to thank you that, you know, we're coming out of the age of the silos and the lack of transparency and the lack of processes and going into a better direction. One of the things that was cited was the amount of litigation payments that are going out, and, you know, that a lot of things that, you know, they are confidential, but so speaking in kind of a global sense, we noticed that of course there is a system now to analyze active and potential claims. So without talking about anything confidential, of course, could we kind of have like a global answer of what that looks like?
Madam President, members of the board, Trustee Cavazos, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. So John Okazaki, our general counsel, is working collaboratively with Kim Crumland in our risk management, and so maintaining a database of what we may project potential litigation to be.
Thank you so much. I try to make that as short as possible, and thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. I also want to thank Trustee Satori for bringing up the SOT issue. A lot of times, if people don't know what they don't know. So if we don't thoroughly train our SOTs to be a great support to us, they cannot be a great support to us. And originally, those SOTs were brought into existence to prevent the breaking up of the district. So we definitely want to keep an eye on that training. And the other person that I wanted, because they took my questions, is why I'm thanking them, is Trustee Ramona. As far as staff again about the carryover funds, I also am receiving a lot of messages, from principals. So I think now with these documents that you brought to us, we're definitely going in a better direction. So thank you again.
Thank you, Trustee Esparza-Straffagan.
Ms. King, this is for you. I'm looking at page 6 because I'm thinking, again, we learned our lessons, we're moving forward. So I'll give you an opportunity. It's a two-part question. I would really like to know, when you had an opportunity because of your experience in the field, and it's so vast, right? We're so lucky to have you. What did you notice with maybe how the budget unit maybe had areas did you make recommendations for things that they need to revise? Because it does say here that you did verify the business and finance unit organizational chart. So that's part one. Part two, I'm very, very pleased that your recommendation was to look at revising the CFO job description. So I would love an update for us on what is that going to be going forward and how is that going to look different, because our former came from the business industry. And I just want to know, what are your recommendations for that? So the business unit A and then the CFO B.
So with regard to the business unit, and I'm sorry, I'm not using the proper protocol here. Is that
No, go straightly direct.
Okay. All right. So with regard to the business unit, my initial assessment of the finance unit was that there are so many processes. Every unit, any unit within the Clark County School District touches finance. And I feel that part of the reason, and staff has corrected that by eliminating these silos, because what was happening was that you had certain units that were responsible for finance budget information, working, in their own silos over here, and not including the finance department or understanding, or at least explaining to them the impacts of financing that occurs within some of these units. Specifically, when we talk about contract negotiations will always have a financial impact regardless. And so because there was no communication, and I don't want to say there was no communication, but it just appeared to me that you have to have someone from finance sitting in contract negotiations to understand, to calculate the fiscal impact, the financial impact. And once that contract has been negotiated, approved, then it becomes whatever was approved, then now gets forwarded on and included in your financial documents, in your financial forecasting. And so there appeared to be probably a disconnect in terms of what was included in the contract negotiations. And then moving forward, when you when you start calculating the salary and the benefit calculations, that there was a piece of that that was missing that should have been picked up. And so the fact that, the teams are coming together, they're including finance as part of, a lot of these decisions or conversations that need to occur, that's important. Even on the HR side, like I said, any and everything touches finance. And so you definitely have to have involvement from someone on that finance team who can then come back and communicate and understand these are the numbers or the information that has to go into our budget forecasting to hopefully eliminate the thought of having, or under budgeting when you're forecasting for that information. So the silos and bringing people together, I think, has definitely made a big difference. And I think it will definitely make a big difference going forward. But you have to include, because then what ends up happening is your finance team gets blamed for something that's been underprojected when they may or may not have known about that information to begin with. Same thing when you talk about the legislature. Finance has to be embedded in what happens with the legislature, because if they don't understand the impacts that have occurred or there's changes in the calculations that have occurred, if they don't understand that, then guess what? It's not going to get included as part of their projections when they're coming up with these budgets. And so hence the reason you have, the issues that you had. So definitely the silos have made a difference. And then I forgot your second question.
I wanted to see, because it said the CFO position has been revised. I know can you give us an update on that?
So for the chief financial officer, I felt that it was important to start recruiting for that position now, rather than waiting until you hire a superintendent. Typically, in normal business processes, your finance, your CFO is and should be really an independent type of position, and it shouldn't be really based on who is in a CEO type position. And so I think bringing on a CFO sooner rather than later can get that person embedded into and understanding the processes, and also make some changes based on their experience. So it was just important, I think, just to have a CFO in place. And not that the timeline may not happen now, but the fact that we're going into a legislative cycle without a CFO, for someone to go up and represent, and you have your interim, but it just, when you have a permanent person in place, and not to slide, Brenda in any way, but it's just the idea, the facade of having, a permanent versus an interim. And it's just the importance of having someone in that position, because again, you have a very, very large budget, very large salaries and benefits, and you really need someone in place to, to be a part of the change that's occurring in the district, particularly when it comes to your finances and your budget development. The changing of the, or looking at the CFO differently, I really don't feel that you have to have someone that has that background with a school district or education. So I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't something that was a requirement of a CFO. For one, you're limiting yourself in terms of who and may be out there who would apply. So you don't want to limit your the applicants that you can get from other places. The other piece that I thought was important was to include the finance officers from other local government agencies, because they are going to be, and they are familiar with the Department of Taxation's budget process. They are familiar with their elected officials statewide as well as at the local level. And you are, as we have seen, you really are going to need someone who is going to work well with elected officials at your level, at the state level, the legislative level, because the legislators are the ones, they're important in this process as well. So I've seen too many times where you have a person come in, particularly if they're from the outside of our community, where they aren't successful because they do not understand or know how to work with our elected officials. And Nevada is different. It is very different. And people have to be able to acclimate to the environment, the climate that we have, for our elected officials. And I'm not saying anything bad about it. It's just, it's a different environment. And if you don't have someone who can work with and understand our Nevada climate, then it's going to be difficult for that person to be successful. And so I think that having the other local government finance officers, or even people from other local governments or the state, be a part of that interview process, I think will help assess that. So that's just been my experience with, hiring people into those types of positions.
Thank you. Do you have one more?
Are you ready for a motion?
I have Trustee Satori, and then that'll be it, and then I'll be ready for a motion.
Thank you. I had one that kind of follows up on what you were just talking about. So being that we are in the process of hiring a new superintendent, I wanted to kind of get your feedback on what impact you think that could have on what we're doing currently, and maybe some guidance on what we should be looking for or asking to ensure that we continue that positive trajectory that we're headed in.
Well, I thought about that a lot. I think the latter of what I just explained in terms of the being able to hire, an individual who understands and will be successful in our environment. That person is going to have really an uphill battle when it comes to coming in. And so just having the energy and and the foresight to stick with it and stay with it and not lose that energy or confidence. The team here, they've done a lot of great work and making sure that person understands and listens to the processes and what they've gone through, but also bringing in some new insight into how to improve that process. So I want to think about that a little bit more, but it's just it's an important piece, particularly as the school district tries to build back the trust, particularly with the public as well as the legislators. And so it's definitely going to be important to select the right person.
Thank you so much. Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan, would you like to make a motion?
May I make one close? I'm sorry. Thank you, President. Just thank you, trustees, for your support. Greatly appreciate it. We appreciate your honest feedback in ways that we can get better, and I've taken very good notes, so thank you. Ms. King, very grateful for your support and the support of the Nevada Department of Education, and also just very appreciative, to the governor and the legislature, because they have historically, they have invested in public education. And so just very grateful for SB 231, for our hardworking employees and the historic investments that they have been making in education recently, and hope that we see more of that. And just very grateful for the team in the Clark County School District. So thank you.
Well said. Trustee Esparza-Stroffigan?
Okay, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to accept 3.01 compliance monitoring update as presented.
Thank you. So I have a first, Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to second that motion.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, please cast your votes. That motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Before we go to item 3.02, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? If not, please do so now. We will start with Dr. Beamel and then Ms. Binder here on my left. So Dr. Beamel, if you'd like to come forth, and this is item for 3.02.
Okay, so 3.02 is regarding the Council of Great City Schools. You guys haven't even talked about it yet, but I'll talk about it first. That's cool. Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. You know the saying, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results? That was supposedly said by Einstein, but there's actually no evidence that Einstein said that. The quote first appeared in 1981 in a document published by Narcotics Anonymous. It's been an interesting research to look for this quote, and it took me down many different rabbit holes of historical misquotes and misrepresentations. So much so that I actually wrote a project on this and a new lesson. But I digress. It is to the benefit of the board to start completely fresh and clean, to wipe away the stains of the previous regime, to let the petty mean girl mentality slide away, and in its place find new balance, new rewards, and what is best for the people of Clark County. Children in school grow up to be the workers of this city. If we aren't teaching them the basics in the classroom, how can they be expected to function on the job? If the workforce isn't there, how can we attract more businesses? We need something fresh, and quite frankly, our new superintendent does not need the stains or suffering of the previous administration. They will need a fresh start too. So wouldn't it make sense for the board to A, reposition itself to its former power and hold itself accountable to the people, B, reposition itself to be a cohesive unit that at least all understand the same rules and play by them, C, are in the position to hire someone on an equal playing field, no 4-3 split nonsense, D, are ready to find the most perfect candidate who understands our unique dynamic tapestry of students, stakeholders, challenges, and triumphs, E, are ready to hold their one employee accountable for the needs of the citizens you all serve, and finally, F, ready to get our kids out of the bottom and help them rise to the top because they are capable of greatness if we allow our teachers to teach, get rid of the top-heavy bloated bureaucracy that plagues so much of what is happening in our district, quit cutting from the bottom and start cutting from the top. Recognize what is good at excellent schools and leave them alone, and make bad schools fix what is bad. Stop ignoring it and sweeping it under the rug. One-star schools cannot be exceeding expectations. There's no way. Yet we see it time and time again. Terminate the contract with the Council of Great City Schools, go with a better board governance program, and get everyone trained on one program. I don't know if you were keeping track after Mr. Caruso's testimony last meeting, but you all have 5 different trainings amongst you, and none of it's the same, and it all costs money. That means none of you are on the same pages, and that's not good. Again, the definition of insanity, right? It's time to shed the skin of the former snakes to find what's hidden underneath, and I really hope it's not more of the same, and we can finally move the needle in the right direction.
Thank you. Ms. Binder?
Thank you. Madam President, I have a question, and if you're going to hit my time on it, that's fine. But under your guys' own board policy, it says that you guys would take public comment after presentation and after discussion of this board, which has been the practice. And lately, you guys have been taking public comment before that, which makes it really hard to meaningfully engage. You guys typically do have really great questions and things like that. And so it's always nice to hear all of that before we are called up. And so here we are again. You guys have had no discussion, no presentation, and you called for a public comment on something that has been really important for the community and this board. So I appreciate that. Thank you. So Anna Binder for the record, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. As I've stated for years, and as I highlighted 2 weeks ago, it was unfortunate that I knew more about this agreement than the sitting trustees when you guys were thinking about entering into your new contract with Dr. Alsbury. And I want to thank you guys for making that decision. I think you're going to be really happy in the future with that. And I really just, and I think all of you guys have a lot of really good common sense that you shouldn't have, the previous board shouldn't have entered into a contract where you could be penalized by having a different opinion. So I think just keep that in the forefront of your minds as you're entering into other contracts, not just with the Council of Great City Schools. But if you guys choose to terminate this particular agreement this evening, we will be a school district in our nation that has fastly removed A.J. Craybill and this crud from our school board. Again, I'm not going to waste 2 minutes going through all the various school districts across the country where we have seen publications, parents, other school board members, principals coming out against the horrendous things that training and the process that they like to try to get you guys to follow, how it's devastated communities, and a lot of them are still rebuilding. And fortunately, because of your guys' decision to pause last year and then begin this year going in a really great direction, that's going to leave our school district in a very positive place. And so for people in the public who haven't paid attention to that or don't have Google alerts for it, it's tremendous. And the impact of that is sometimes irreversible without a lot of interception by legislatures and other people. So I'm going to be grateful if I hear that, and I'm really hoping it's unanimous because it should be, and it's one of the best things that can happen to us. And I believe in the magic of that. I'm never going to let that down. And then I also wanted to let you guys know, following the last board meeting, I did put in an FYA to get a copy of all of the invoices that they have submitted for payment under this agreement. And I will let you know, because typically I get an email that says we can't process this, and then it can be upwards of 30, 45, 60 days before I get something. But I think if they don't have that number tonight, it would be amiss that you guys don't have in front of you every single dime that you have spent towards this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 3.02 then. Just for context, last year, the previous team had decided to have the Council of Great City Schools provide professional learning to the trustees. We started on our path, and then there were several disruptions, as you had just heard previously. We do have on the line Mr. Ben Mackey from the Council of Great City Schools joining us today by phone. He'll provide a high level of our relationship between CCSD and the Council of Great City Schools and what has transpired. And then he'll also share about our existing contract, and then we can ask questions. So, Mr. Mackey, are you online?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Great to be with you tonight. My name is Ben Mackey. I am one of the coaches as part of the Council of Great City Schools that has worked with Clark County. A high-level overview of where this started and where it's gone, as this contract was approved by the board back in fall of 2023. The kickoff work that happened in January. Over the course of from when the contract was signed through January, we interviewed individual trustees, put together an implementation plan that was shared publicly and shared with the board about the work that the board wanted to undertake over the coming 2 years. We began that work in January of 2024 with a 2-day training with the board to start to build common language around the work to happen. And then the first step of that the board had chosen to move towards is really working to design a robust and authentic community listening plan to understand the vision and the values of the community, and go out over the course of weeks and months to actually engage with community members, hear from community and all the various different elements of the diverse Clark County community, and utilize that as a way to set the priorities for the district. The plan was drafted, the board reviewed it, provided feedback, and then at that point, there was leadership turnover in the district, and the board chose to pause work over the course of that time. So the board never moved forward with executing that community listening plan. Throughout the year, there were various conversations of individual trustees who wanted to talk through something, which is part of the contract, to be able to be a thought partner, et cetera, but the board did not actually move forward in any additional capacity towards achieving the implementation plan that was set out. So we recognize that this board is a new board, and congratulations to the new members who have joined. And we serve obviously at the will of the board. So I am happy to answer any questions about that. I recognize the board will make a decision on what it wants to do and how it wants to proceed with governance training. And it is our hope, whether the board chooses to stay with Council of Great City Schools or go with someone else or go in an entirely different direction, we want nothing but the best for you and through you, all students and families of Clark County, and are happy to answer any questions that you might have or share anything else that is helpful in this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. And I just also, so trustees, if you have questions, please put yourself in the queue. But I also want to just say thank you, because I know that you're joining us from a different time zone, so thank you for your patience as we took our other business items in the agenda. So any questions from trustees? Trustee Cavazos.
Thank you, Madam President. Ben, if you wouldn't mind, and thank you for being here tonight. On the two-day training for the public's benefit, could you just briefly summarize what that consisted of, as far
Sure.
as public and non-public, et cetera?
Yeah, so the 2-day training was set up as a series of smaller workshops to discuss, to really, with trustees in small groups, to reflect on the work and the mindsets around how do we move Clark County together as a unit. So that non-public aspect happened with individual small groups below any quorum threshold. And then there was a public meeting with the entire trustees to actually dig into the knowledge and the skills of what building out priorities, aligning resources, and aligning monitoring towards achieving those priorities looks like. Was that responsive to your question, Trustee Cavazos?
Yes, Ben, it was. Thank you so much. And this next question, I don't know, Madam President, with your discretion, if this should be directed to Ben, or if it would be more appropriate to direct to Mr. Caruso, and that had to do with the amount of monies paid so far. So I'll go with your recommendation.
Yes, Mr. Mackey, if you could answer that question. So it has to do with our financial part of our agreement. Can you review that?
Yes, and to my knowledge, again, I will put this to the side as like I am not the business side of Council Great City Schools and your purchasing department, but it is my understanding that there has been one invoice for the $60,000 up front for the work over the 2 years, and that is the only invoice that has happened to date, and would be the only invoice should the board choose to terminate the contract.
And Mr. Caruso, I'm going to ask you to come up just to confirm or to provide any additional information.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Joe Caruso for the record. Mr. Mackey, good evening. The professional services agreement was for $60,000, but the travel expenses for Mr. Mackey and Mr. Crable to attend and here in Las Vegas, that was a grand total of $4,233.50 for a combined total of $64,233.50.
Thank you for that clarification. Trustee Cavazos, did that help?
Yes, it did. I did have a question about that, Mr. Caruso. Thank you for that. It was my understanding also that one staff member and one former trustee also traveled to a workshop for some workshop training. And I believe the registration fee for each person was $3,000, not counting travel or hotel, but that the workshop did not turn out to be, I guess, I think the appropriate one or the right one for the two people that traveled. So were those expenses already paid up front?
I'm going direct. Yes, I'm going to learn myself. So Trustee Cavazos, to your question. So those expenses were not part of this RFP or not part of this shopping cart approval. That was a program that AJ Crable communicated with the former superintendent on. That was to run in tandem with the work. Upon learning about this, it was a last-minute request for us to participate. Clearly, it was not something that was communicated. It should have been a team of board members. It should have been a team of staff. Staff as in, people that actually are doing the work, like the accountability, the academic officers, et cetera, and then a team of trustees as well. So you had a variety of feedback, and those were the groups that clearly should have been a part of it. So that stopped when everything else stalled.
Okay,
but that was not part of this.
So thank you so much. I think that was the first time we got such a, should we say, detailed explanation of that. So what did we pay for that, and what fund did that come out of?
Trustee Vazos, I don't have that information. I'd have to go back and pull that. I only was asked to make sure I had the information on what the 150,000 balance council was. Because
Okay,
there were two separate things.
Okay.
And again, that didn't continue because clearly the board stalled the work and really the district was not.
I appreciate that, and if the numbers that I've been given, $3,000 each for the two individuals for registration, with a total of $6,000, not counting travel expenses and hotels, if that is inaccurate, then I stand corrected, so I'm fine with waiting till we get that corroborated. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dominguez?
Hi, good evening. I'm one of the new trustees on the board, so I just wanted a little bit of clarification with the, I guess, just the menu of services. I saw, I have the only sheets that I have in front of me is like a large matrix and kind of it seems like a menu of just kind of time phases of what's going on. I haven't been able to dig too much into other districts of what has occurred or what it may have and have not occurred, but I would like to hear what data you have to base these policies and what other districts you've worked with.
So the Council of Great City Schools has worked with a number of other districts across the board. We can get you a complete list of districts that we've worked with. And I would, instead of me sharing what their experience is, I could much easierly connect you with folks on those school boards that can talk to the outcomes they've had and the impact they had with that. I'll speak from my own personal experience. I have served and currently serve on a large urban school board in Dallas, or we have been working on a very similar type of program to what this is and have seen incredible changes in terms of focus and outcomes and alignment to it. But I'd be happy we can put together a full list of districts that have engaged in this process and connect you or send it to whatever the most meaningful way would be, whether it's board president or board services, for folks to contact if you wanted to contact and talk through with them.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Trustee Esparza-Straffigan.
Good evening, Ben. Thank you for joining us. And as our president mentioned, I know you're on a different time zone again. So I was actually privy to when this was adopted or accepted when I was a brand new trustee. I came in with a lot of questions, and I just want to give my colleagues a little bit of what I discovered in my findings that I felt that I still have questions. So I just want to express that first, and then, Ben, I do have a question regarding the contract. So let me give a little history. So I did find out that they have worked with other districts like Houston. You mentioned Dallas. They looked at Seattle, Atlanta, and such. One of the things that I requested was to speak to a school board member in another school district because I wanted to talk to them directly. Mr. Crabble did make an arrangement. I had an initial e-introduction because it was my understanding that they I wanted to find out if they were still going to continue with the model. It never came to fruition, and I'm a little concerned of why I had an initial contact with that individual and then never heard from that person again. That was for me concerning. Then the other thing that I felt was concerning is, as I asked our previous individual that we accepted at our last board meeting, what is the research that you have based on the model that you're presenting? I just never was given definitive documents because I asked for, like, are there policy studies? Are there other districts that have done white papers? Are there case studies? It's not enough to just, maybe find out anecdotally, which was what I was trying to do because I couldn't find anything else. So that's just kind of my experience with trying to find what is this based on research-wise, and it's why I questioned Dr. Alsbury last board meeting, And he did have that, and so I just want to say again, if we expect our educators to use research-based practices, then we should be following that same model. And maybe, Ben, this is not a question for you, it might be a question for Mr. Caruso. Mr. Caruso, we received 2 documents in our reference materials in the contract, and one of them was signed and one of them was not signed. So what I noticed, because I went through it with my side-by-side, that there was a difference on page 1 under category B where it says expenses cap. And that was the only paragraph that I could find that was different. So could you clarify why we received 2 different contracts?
My apologies, is that question directed at me, or is it directed at Mr.
It's,
Caruso?
It's for Mr. Caruso.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mackey.
Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Trustee Esparza-Stafford, to your point. So the first contract was when the board voted on the item, and that was the reference material that we received from the Council of Great City Schools. Double check the date on that. And that was provided as reference material. And then we had a request to provide the signed agreement. So once the board approved the contract, that document then goes to purchasing department, and the purchasing department then negotiates for. So that's where that signed document came from. So the board at the meeting approved, it was approved up to $150,000 because the concern was if they didn't complete the term, then the question of board counsel at the time was, do we need to have that full $150,000 set aside? The answer was yes, because you can't commit to an agreement the way it's written to say, yes, I'll do the $60,000, but then if we stop, not have the money to pay out. So that's why that whole $150,000 was written in the motion. So from that point, we submitted a shopping cart. Purchasing then worked on the terms of the agreement, and we fulfilled from there.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Trustee Stevens.
Thank you. Just a quick question. In the materials that we saw even last week, the original proposal was part of that, and I'm a new trustee, so I was looking at that contract with brand new eyes and trying to understand some things, and I was just wondering, out of curiosity, it kind of helps me understand I guess, the character or the motive behind certain things in a contract. I think I'm just struggling with this thing that I saw in there that said that the cost, which we paid, was $60,000, but if the board voted unanimously to bring you guys on as a consultant, then we'd get like a $20,000 discount, if I recall. I think it was like $40,000. What was the purpose of that, if you don't mind me asking?
Yep, I can answer that question. So the purpose of that is, given that this is a contract that is a fixed fee for unlimited time, effort, energy, and connections. So there's not some hourly cap that we say we can only work X number of hours with a district. The point of the contract is to be able to give any district and board all the support it needs to be able to accomplish what it's trying to do, and it sets out in its implementation plan. What we have found is that boards that are unanimous in their desire to move forward in the work do not require as much time, effort, energy, hours, etc., as boards that are not unanimous in that work. So the discount, instead of us trying to, and again, the Council of Great City Schools is a nonprofit member organization. There's not a desire to make money off of this. The goal is to be able to reinvest that and leave the districts that are going to likely require less time over the course of that 2 years to save that funding instead.
Thank you, Trustee Stevens. Next, we have Trustee Barron.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. I guess it's not really a question. More than anything else, it's a statement. As my colleagues are coming onto the board, we're sitting here in a transitional phase. And what I mean by a transitional phase, I'm very happy that we have the new leadership that, seems to be finding a niche going forward. And, it's going to take a little bit of time to work things out. But in the meantime, we have a board policy that just a little bit that in talking with a couple of my colleagues with, where some of us are very, how should I say, put off by some of the board policy. And as the professor who the board governance policy is supposed to be based on, he testified just a couple weeks ago that we're not doing this this balanced governance in the way that he wrote it and that it was intended. I don't see the need, with all respect, for us to continue with the Council of Great City Schools. It seems like that's a different training that may or may not already be something that we have. I would say for the short term, it would be best for us to consummate and be trained in the actual governance policies as it's actually been, written by Dr. Ellsbury. Be trained in that and formulate a good working policy. And if in the future it turns out that members of this board still find that we need something more, that's not what we want to do, it can always be brought up later on once we actually have a functioning, inclusive board policy that all members of this board can function in, can relate to, can make sure that we have skills and are able to utilize it to bring accountability to our school district. And it just seems like right now, this is more than anything else, and I hate to use the word, but I'm going to go ahead and use it. I think it's an unnecessary distraction. And I think we need to move forward, be trained in a real functioning governance policy that makes sense, make the hires that we need to make, and then a few months from now or a year from now or whenever, if anyone else still wants some different kind of training, we can go ahead and do that at that time. I know, I guess I'm just advocating for us to, matter of fact, I would like to make I'd like to make a motion when it's time for us to actually terminate this contract with the Great City Schools. And I'm hoping that at least one more person agrees with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know I have a question. So is there any other trustees? I'm going to go back to him if he wants to make the motion. So I think, but.
I wanted to second the motion.
Okay, so I'll go back to you. So thank you, Ben, for joining us. I have a question. So what I heard from your opening statement is that at this time, Clark County School District has met their contractual obligations. So then if this new team wanted to go in a different direction, we have met our contractual obligation and we could move forward. Is that what I heard?
Yep, that is my understanding. There will be no additional invoices.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. I want to express my gratitude once again for coming on line so that we could ask questions. And I believe I don't see any other questions from the trustees. So thank you so much.
Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity.
Bye. So Trustee Barron, can you restate your motion?
Yeah, the short version will be, I'd like to make a motion to please terminate CCSD's contract with the Council of Great City Schools.
So I have a motion from Trustee Barron to, we have met our contractual obligations with the Council of Great City Schools, and so we will terminate the contract moving forward. Do I have a second?
I would like to second the motion.
I have a second from Trustee Biasotti. Yes, thank you for that help. Any discussion on the motion? Then I'd like for you guys to go ahead and cast your votes. Okay, with that, we move forward with 7-0. The next item that we have, before I open 4.01, is there anyone who did not get a chance to complete a public speaker card? If not, please do so now. We're going to go ahead with the individuals that signed up in advance. Miss Jessica Horta, if you could come up. And we also have Christina Thomas, if you could go over here on my left. Christina, are you in the audience? No. How about Daniel? Daniel, yes. You'll have to help me say your last name. But Miss Horta, please proceed.
Blanketed thank yous. I'm going to continue where I left off. This sustained harassment has taken a severe toll on my son. His therapist has noted a sharp decline in his confidence and self-esteem since these incidents began. Academically, his grades in math, reading, and writing have dropped to B's despite his placement in the TAG program. This decline is directly tied to the hostile learning environment that he's endured in violation with NRS 388132 and CCSD Policy 6113.4, which guarantee equitable access to a quality education. I am asking this board, particularly Trustee Biasotti, to take the following actions to ensure compliance with state laws and district policies. First, expunge the January 2024 suspension from his record as he was acting in self-defense. Follow up on cultural competency training for staff as required by CCSD Policy 5139 to ensure effective responses to racial harassment is solidified in common practices. Also, audit the school's compliance with NRS 388.145, ensuring proper investigations and documentation are conducted. Also, develop and diligently enforce district-wide protocols to address racial bullying as a systemic issue, ensuring students are protected from similar experiences, and establish and enforce clear disciplinary measures for repeat offenders to prevent further incidences. So, trustees, my son deserves a safe and supportive education as guaranteed under Nevada law and CCSD policies. But for over a year, he has endured racially motivated harassment with insufficient action from the school to protect him. And this is not just about my son. It's about every child in this district who deserves to feel safe, respected, and supported in their education. So I urge this board to hold the school accountable, enforce existing policies, and take meaningful action to ensure my son and other students are protected moving forward. And Trustee Biasotti, I look forward to receiving a response to my email that I sent to you on January 16th. I have not received.
I did respond to your email.
I didn't receive anything.
Sorry,
yet,
we're
but
not
I'll
going to
check it.
engage in public comment, but so I want to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't engage as a team.
Okay.
So
Well, just, stating for the record, I'm looking forward to a response and I will check again. But thank you for your time, and I hope to resolve this issue, and I'm here to, pursue any collaborative efforts to make sure that, we find a amenable solution. So,
thank you, Ms. Horta. Next,
I
and then in the queue, we have Dr. Beamel over here on the right. And Daniel, please proceed. And tell me how you say your last name.
That's pronounced Obstgarten. Okay.
Please proceed.
All right. Good evening. My name is Daniel Obstgarten, for the record, and I'm currently representing Senate District 20 on the Nevada Youth Legislature. And through this program, through my opportunities as a youth legislator, I've had the opportunity to talk with many Clark County students, teachers, and other faculty members, and one thing has become quite clear to me through all these discussions. And that there's just a problem with the school district. And while I don't doubt that every effort is being given to improve this, the core problems are still there. And the area that I'm looking towards the most is reading comprehension. In Clark County School District in 2024, only 43% of students, well under half, were performing on grade level or higher on standardized reading tests. And many attempts have been made to fix this over the years with varying degrees of success. Some produced minimal bumps, and others just flat out made the situation worse. And so what I'm proposing to you all today is that the Clark County School District look towards the mandated implementation of phonics in elementary school classrooms, specifically kindergarten and first grade. And so Nevada as a whole has subscribed to what has been dubbed science of reading laws, more commonly known here as the Read by 3 law. but we currently focus primarily on phonemics, the teaching of relating sounds to spoken words. Phonics, on the other hand, is the teaching of relating sounds to written letters and phrases. And we don't have that mandated in our district. As echoed, I will echo what was said earlier, schools have the ability to choose whether or not they want the Phonics 95 textbooks in their classroom. But what we see is that the schools that don't use these textbooks have increasingly lower scores. And we've also seen the implementation of phonics has led to improved results outside of the state as well. I want to focus on 4 states in particular here: Colorado, Missouri, Texas, and Wyoming. These 4 states, after implementing their phonics curriculums, their mandated phonics curriculums in 2017, they saw their students' performance hold steady during the pandemic, while the rest of the nation declined an average of 7 points. And again, this is because they have that phonics instruction there. And now, I just want to clarify, I'm not advocating for a complete overhaul of the system. I'm advocating for a simple complement to what is already in the system. Phonemics is undoubtedly good, but phonics as an addition to this would make it even better. And we also currently see in our district a rapid increase of students who go into school in kindergarten and first grade not knowing how to speak English. An eighth of students in this school year don't know how to speak English, and we see that number climbing. It was 15%, sorry, not 15%, it was 5% just a little while ago. And having this way to fully integrate them with their peers will also improve this district's standing. So I encourage you to consider this proposal.
Thank you, and appreciate your service in the youth legislature. Dr. Bimo and then Vicky Krydell.
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Mimo for the record. I wanted to take a minute to talk about grades. There's a huge problem in this district, not just with grade inflation and falsifying transcripts with bogus grade changes, but the fact that a student can earn minimum F in both quarter 1 and 2, earn a 60% D on the semester exam, and pass the first semester of a class. If a student does no work for 18 weeks, earns a 60% on one exam on one day, we should pass them? Isn't that just credit by exam? Is that really how we're defining mastery in this district? If it is, someone needs to explain that to all the teachers, because I never got that memo. A 50% minimum F means the student's grade was rounded up to 50%, not that the student earned 50%. This is similar to those seniors who are able to pass their APEX classes in the 2 hours before graduation so they can walk. If a student can gain mastery and pass an entire class in 2 hours, why do we torture the poor APEX teachers and force them to babysit those students for the entire 18 weeks? We just had our budget meeting. Like many other schools, the future is pretty uncertain. The governor's state speech was very vague, with permanent teacher and admin merit raises and school choice. That's great for Title I schools and vacancies in North Las Vegas. I never really paid attention to the budget because I've never had a principal who was upfront about money. It was always, we had X amount of dollars and we need to spend Y amount or we lose it. Back in those days, I always had toner, and I even got color copy paper. It was a different time. But for the first time this year, I actually had the funding formula broken down for me in black and white, and all I can see is red. I'm going to give you a brief math lesson, but I teach history, so I might stumble a bit. And I was a single mom who only had to budget a teacher's salary, so these numbers are way higher than I have ever had to sustain. The district uses a stratification multiplier when it comes to allocation for dollars. Each school gets a set amount of money per pupil, and it is different based on the stratification of your school. Lower star elementary schools, for example, get pure pupil funding at 180%, whereas comprehensive high schools have an 84% multiplier. Then there's the magnet and CTEA multiplier at 115%. So how does this even make sense? Why is there such a huge difference in how these schools are funded? Are not all schools created equal? Don't they all have the capacity for success? Shouldn't all students have equal and equitable chances to achieve? How is this possible with an almost 31% difference in secondary per pupil funding? That might not seem like a lot to you when you say that $800,000 isn't a lot of money, but by my math, that's over $4.5 million. Shame on this funding model for trying to say that any child is more special, worth more, deserves more than another. Shame on anyone who tries to pretend that equity lives here in CCSD. Shame on the people who let this happen and turned a blind eye for years with this knowledge and do-nothing attitude. You need to look your students and constituents in the eyes and tell them why a student at Cimarron or Spring Valley isn't worth as much as your ridiculous funding
Sorry,
formula
Ms. Beamer.
as a student who attends a magnet or CTA.
I don't know
Sorry.
why that didn't go off, but thank you so much. Ms. Cradell, and then after Ms. Cradell, Stephanie Kinsley.
Good evening, Vicki Cradell for the record. We are entering a new era with lots of changes that will affect our schools. And as we do this, I firmly believe that being proactive is the best way forward. The promise being made by this new administration of many, many people being deported is a grim reality. I did some research and I found out that Las Vegas is number 13 on the urban list of cities having the most undocumented immigrants. I'm sure you're aware that your adult staff do not know the immigration status of our students, nor are we allowed to ask. It's in fact against the law. All I can tell you is that we do our best to educate every single child in every single classroom, regardless of where they arrived from. For many of our students, school is a safe place. They know every adult in the building is there to help them and get a good education. They know we care about them. Well, as of last Tuesday, ICE agents are allowed to enter public schools. You can imagine the chilling effect ICE raids would have on our students, even those who are not undocumented. And this is the very last thing we need in schools that are already struggling. We want our children to feel safe enough to come to school every day. We do have a district resolution about this from 8 years ago. Last night I looked at resolutions from several other large urban districts. Ours is acceptable, but it definitely could be strengthened. It needs a clear statement that CCSD opposes ICE raids at schools. Also a statement that CCSD opposes any attempts to co-opt its employees to assist in federal law enforcement. Under the 10th Amendment, the federal government cannot force local authorities to assist them in carrying out duties. Also, the Attorney General of Nevada currently has a working group which is dealing with the issue of responding to immigration actions in schools. I would suggest that CCSD plan on following the upcoming guidance of our Attorney General. Once that comes out, I ask that your adult employees get some help to prepare for what could happen. It isn't fair to anyone in our schools to expect us to handle these types of situations without adequate training. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cradell. Stephanie, are you in the audience? And then Kathleen McCarthy, over here on my left. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Kinsley. I'm also one of the mothers from My Children's Advocate, a group that was unjustly and wrongly attacked. I would like to say that My Children's Advocate has been on the receiving end of numerous death threats, and yet we've never made one. And what's sad about a group like ours is we care more about these so-called trans kids, which there's no such thing as a trans kid. It's just an autistic child with a mentally ill mother on SSRIs who's trying to abuse her child through Munchausen syndrome. But we are concerned, when I say we, I mean somewhat a group like My Children's Advocate, we don't want these children damaged by their mentally ill parents. We don't want these mentally ill parents, usually mothers, liberal on SSRI drugs, who are abusing these children, telling them they're in the wrong body, and it makes no sense. We have lost reasoning and thrown out common sense out the window and observable reality. And I just, going back to distancing yourself from people who hold these values, a majority of the country has these values. When I was outside campaigning for you and others, the biggest thing that got people to vote for our candidates was saying, hey, keep a boy out of the girls' locker room. Everyone's on board. This is not a real representation. The boardroom is not a representation of society. Most of the parents out here do not buy into this weird trans agenda, trying to have the LGBTQRS alphabet flags everywhere, the DEI policies. There's nothing more racist than DEI policies, telling me that people are not capable of succeeding on their own because of their race? Tell me there's something more racist than that, because I guarantee you there's some Klan member out there right now loving that you're teaching young black men that they're going to be a failure in life because of their color of their skin. Shame on anyone who does that. Instead, point out that maybe there's not a father in the home. That's a completely controllable factor in your life. Because what's the biggest factor for kids to end up in crime, raping people, abusing people? Not having a dad in the home. Has nothing to do with race. So I'm hoping that CCSD moves forward and starts investigating the parents of these children who are coming to the school saying that they're confused about their gender, because obviously there's something so awful and wrong at home that these children are being abused by their own parents.
Thank you, Ms. Kinsley. I know I have Kathleen and then Ms. Anna Binder, if you could be on this side. Please proceed.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. My name is Kathleen McCarthy, and I am also a current Nevada Youth Legislator. Today, I would like to address an issue that was not on the meeting agenda, but is of increasing importance on Clark County school campuses. That issue is religiously motivated incidents. As I'm sure you can guess from the name, a religiously motivated incident occurs when a student or group of students are targeted verbally or physically because of their religious beliefs. That definition, though, was made by me because there is no definition for religiously motivated incidents within the Clark County School Districts. Instead, this issue is supposed to fall under Policy P5137, called discrimination based on race or a racially motivated incident. While this recognition is important, it is not enough, and that is because race and religion do not always go hand in hand. In the wake of the October 7th attacks in Israel and the ensuing Israel-Hamas war, I have been on the receiving end of multiple unacceptable comments just because of my Jewish identity, including being asked if I want to murder people because I am Jewish. However, due to the fact that these comments have no race component because they don't have to do with me being white, I did not feel that I had an avenue to report or address these comments, so I stayed silent and chalked it up to my reality. I began to expect such comments if I discussed religion openly at my school, and I am not the only student who has had such experiences. Friends of mine have also had similar experiences at my high school and others, and I'm sure many other students across the district have been targeted for their religious beliefs, whatever they may be. In addition to that, I have had multiple classes spanning a change of grade and whole new class schedule, where a classmate of mine is an individual who committed a racially motivated incident to me. An obstacle arises when I am in the position where I have to collaborate with this peer in small groups, as many projects and presentations in high school are done with peers. It is a challenge to focus on assessing a research paper or making literary connections between books when you feel that someone you are working with thinks less of you because of your religion. That is why I believe that the Clark County School District needs to establish a specific definition and procedures for reconciliation for religiously motivated incidents specifically. Students who are involved with a religiously motivated incident need to be reported and subsequently have a conversation with the person they targeted. Not only will this create a safer environment for all students who adhere to religion, but also promote healthy dialogue and conflict resolution. By separating religiously motivated incidents from racially motivated incidents, it will ensure that incidents without a race component can be taken seriously. By establishing reconciliation procedures, all students involved will be able to have productive dialogue so they can continue to work together in the classroom successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy, and thank you for your service in the youth legislature. Ms. Binder, you're next, and then Daniel, I have you down here again. Okay, thank you so much. And so after Daniel, then Jolie Nguyen, if you could come up to this podium. Ms. Binder, please proceed.
I apologize, Madam President. Madam President, if I may, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't, I was looking, I didn't hear, I heard the voice.
I just wanted to acknowledge the constituent that just came up, and I wanted to just acknowledge that we heard her, and that there are opportunities like Safe Voice that you can go and reach out to if there is any kind of incidents of religious or racist or any kind of bullying going on in school.
Thank you, Trustee Dominguez. And our interim superintendent has her staff that will connect her with the resources. So thank you so much. Ms. Binder, if you can please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Larson Mitchell. Typically, as soon as someone speaks, you guys do have staff follow them out, but nobody followed this wonderful mother out, and I haven't seen anyone follow her out, but normally you guys are pretty much on that. And then I do typically follow out to just make sure that we did hear them, everybody in the community heard them, because I get reached out to by people listening online to make sure that they have support beyond the district and know that they are heard. So thank you for that. I also would like to, I don't really want to get into this, but I have been in this room and other spaces with this board where I have been told to smother my children because they're lacking chromosomes by somebody else who just made a public comment indicating they've never threatened to kill anyone. And so I have brought that up over the years when it has happened because those aren't the type of people that you want leading an inclusive childhood development and education, is people who would think, even if my children were missing a chromosome, that they should die. And so I think that's very important, and not to undermine other behaviors that have happened in this room. And I'm not saying either side is right, but we do live in America, and we are all allowed to live our free, best lives. And passing judgment upon each other, the children hear it. So you want to know exactly where your children hear how to be a bully and how to be mean and how to be discriminatory? It's coming from the parents, whether they have a father in the home or not. So anyways, I have 6 wonderful children that I have had a father in the home. And guess what? My children succeed because I make them, not because he makes them. But anyways, nonetheless. So I just wanted to touch base back on the SOT stuff, because for the new trustees, as you guys learn more about NRS 388G and AB 469 and what you're about to hear come down from the legislature, there is a lot of frustration still with compliance, as you guys know. And it isn't just about not breaking up the district. It was all about accountability. And you guys, so far, we're not even at the end of January, and you guys have done a better job at giving us some transparency and accountability than we have seen in this room in years. So I think it's really important, again, as you guys are moving forward, that we are always going to sit here and demand that accountability, whether you want to give it to us or not, but you're doing a great job, so let's keep that up. And then there is a little confusion because we don't think that the school districts should be the ones to provide the training to the SOTs. That would be like telling a bad person that we made a rule to make you not be a bad person, and you get to train the people who get to hold you accountable. That makes no sense. And we've talked about it at the state level, and I look forward to AB 469 subcommittee.
Thank you, Ms. Binder. Ms. Nguyen, please proceed. And then I have Danielle Carter. And I think Danielle, Scott, and Miss Davis, right, would like to come up right after each other. So Ms. Nguyen.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the committee. My name is Jolie Nguyen, and I am a current Nevada Youth Legislator representing Senate District 3. Today, I am here to testify in support of sustained and secure funding for universal free school meals for all K-12 students in Nevada. For the past 4 school years, Nevada has provided free breakfast and lunches to students using federal waivers and COVID relief funds. This initiative was a vital support system for families across the state, ensuring that all students, regardless of their economic background, had access to nutritious meals at school. However, in the 2023 legislative session, a bill that would have allocated $43 million to continue this program was vetoed by Governor Lombardo. In his veto, the governor cited concerns about food waste and suggested that schools should return to pre-pandemic operations. Studies consistently show that students who are well-nourished perform better academically. They are more attentive, have higher attendance rates, and are better prepared to learn. Instead of contributing to food waste, universal meal programs allow for better meal planning and budgeting, as schools can anticipate and prepare meals for all students without the unpredictability of fluctuating demand. In the 2024 to 2025 school year, CCSD will participate in the community eligibility provision of the Federal Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act district-wide, and will provide free school meals to all students. Rather than collecting school meal applications to make individual student eligibility determinations, Schools that accept the program are reimbursed using a formula based on the percentage of students who automatically qualify for free meals based on their household's participation in specific means tested program, or the status as a foster, homeless, migrant, or runaway child, or Head Start enrolled. This would increase access to nutritious school meals at no cost to students, increase student participation, improve the learning environment, eliminate social stigma, and eliminate paperwork for struggling families. While this community eligibility provision program has enough funding to reimburse the school district for now, funding may be in question with our new presidential administration. President Trump runs on the promise of reducing waste in all sectors. It is possible that funding may be reduced to the USDA and consequently reduce reimbursement to the school district for universal free school meals. It is imperative that CCSD administrators prepare for the possibility that funding may be decreased and negatively impact the food program. As such, I urge the committee to preemptively lobby the Nevada legislature and Governor Lombardo to pass legislation that will allow additional funding for CCSD meal programs because no child should have to learn on an empty stomach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen, and thank you for your efforts with the Nevada legislature. So Danielle Carter and Scott Johnson, if you're in the audience, okay.
I guess I'm starting. All right. Hello, my name is Scott Johnson, and I'm a teacher at Chaparral High School. I've been there for about 5 years. And I'm going to read the petition that we sent to the board. And this was signed by approximately 100 staff members. We, the undersigned staff at Chaparral High School, demand respect, accountability, and a safe working environment. What we expect of the staff, we demand the same of Assistant Principal Tricia Killianoy. I worked on getting signatures for this petition. Many people would not sign that because they feared retaliation. I don't know how many people have been here. They've said bullying, bullying, bullying. How are we going to not have bullying in our schools if we have administrators who are bullies? This has been going on for years. Our math department that was there, people had been in the school for 10, 15 years, left the school. The entire math department under her management, gone. No, nothing happened. How many people from I've talked to, I've heard stories after story after story. It's horrible. People going out on sick leave because they're sick from all the abuse, crying, horrid stories. My personal interactions, not nice at all. The only reason she didn't bother me because I stood up to her. It's just, that's for staff. Students, same thing. Someone does the minorest thing. I've heard so many stories. Good kids. Does the minor thing. Oh, you're suspended for 3 days for nothing. For good kids. And she's not even over discipline. She's the one that's over activities. She's the one that supervises activities. The nickname for the parents is Killjoy. This is the leadership in our schools at Chaparral High School. It needs to be fixed.
Thank you. Ms. Danielle Carter, and then Liz Davis.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Carter. I'm an attendance officer at Chaparral High School. I am here representing all staff on campus. I have been in the district for 13 years. We have been circulating a petition around the school for the past couple of weeks. We informed Principal Cummings, who's the principal at Chaparral High School, of the petition, as well as Assistant Principal Killinoy. A majority of staff have signed it. We are here to demand that we be respected and treated with dignity. Ms. Killinoy does not understand these words. She disrespects us, intimidates us, and only treats those few who are in favor. The environment on campus is hostile and unbearable. These are the petitions that I have. We have over 100 signatures. People that were not afraid to sign the petitions, as well as are afraid to sign petitions. We have also disclosed these petitions to the regional board as well as the superintendent. As you may recognize, there are two petitions, one for people who are in fear of retribution, that they would like to remain anonymous. We have forwarded them to the regional superintendents and the board. We work in the district because we understand that we are setting examples for students, good examples. Whether Ms. Killinois displays that is questionable. We do not think so. But if we were to remain silent and tolerate this, we would be saying to the students that her behavior is acceptable and that they should have this treatment as such. As they move forward in their lives, we cannot live in ignorance. If the district would like to retain staff who are dedicated to the work and through their passion and concern, shape for the future of our students, this must be addressed. Please address the issue with Mrs. Killinois. She has harassed myself personally, continuously, tortured me. I'm saddened by it because I'm not allowed to do my job as an attendance officer. I have been placed in the library to do a job under her directives that does not portray to my job. I am doing actually CSM duties. Please look into this because we need swift action to take place. This shouldn't be allowed in our district. Someone that has been doing this to not only staff, but students as well as the teachers. There are so many people that are afraid to come forward. I am the voice for the voiceless. Please take swift action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Ms. Davis, and then after that, Philip Frank.
Hi, Liz Davis, Chaparral High School, librarian and learning strategist. Dear esteemed members of the board, I am here tonight to express my concerns about Tricia Killinois, an assistant principal at Chaparral High School. I am not new to this profession, as I began my career as an educator 23 years ago in the state of Massachusetts. I have 2 Master of Education degrees, and I myself have taught at the graduate level for Cambridge College in Massachusetts. I am here tonight as one voice representing everyone that Ms. Killinois has harmed in the past, present, or could possibly harm in the future. For all of my years of teaching experience, I have never been treated the way that I've been treated by Tricia Killinois. It is evident that her behavior and leadership style are having a detrimental effect not only on myself, but also on the overall school environment, particularly regarding her relationships with staff and students. In the short 2.5 years that I've been at Chaparral High School, Ms. Killinois has personally driven out a great number of staff members, including almost our entire math department. And our students need and deserve better. Sorry. She mistreated me to the point where I needed to see a psychiatrist for the first time in my then 42 years of life, and he advised me to leave my job for the sake of my health. Ms. Killinois' interactions often lack transparency and respect, leading to a significant decline in morale and trust among faculty. She has created a toxic atmosphere of anxiety and division, which is contrary to the values we strive to uphold in our school community. She has made me and others feel targeted and unsafe in the workplace. A recent example of this was when our administrators were asked to send me a 30-second clip of a song that represented them for a faculty getting to know you activity. Ms. Killinois had a learning strategist text me a short clip from the song "Bitch Takes One to Know One" by Len and Stella. I have screenshots of the conversation that took place in the actual clip of the song that was sent to me. This made me feel targeted by both Ms. Killinois and that learning strategist. This was passed on to my principal, Crystal Cummings. Later that week, I started to cry at a Capturing Kids' Hearts training because I was frustrated by how I'd been treated with no repercussions. I couldn't understand why Ms. Cummings has decided to keep her on staff. I respectfully request that you investigate these concerns as well as other concerns that are being brought to your attention and take the necessary steps to ensure that Chaparral High School remains a place where all members of the school community, staff, students, and parents alike feel valued and supported. We have letters written by current and former staff that are in sealed envelopes further attesting to the aforementioned behaviors as well as her mismanagement of funds while at Chaparral High School. If you investigate for yourself, you will find that there are enough voices to prove that she does not belong in a position of leadership or power in any way, shape, or form. Please reach out to me with any further questions. Thank you for your time and your attention to this matter. I care about our students. I want to stay, but I don't know that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Philip Frank, and then Mike Guarino. I might have said it. Okay.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Philip Frank, and I live in Indian Springs for more than half the 80 years that I've been on this earth. And my wife also, she's worked out there for over 40 years. So, and I'm here in her stead, quite frankly. She's not feeling well. And we really kind of feel like we are quite, well, we believe that we know pretty much what the kids need out there. Both of my daughters graduated from out there, and both of them have worked for the school district. One of them still is, and all of our grandchildren, all four of them, graduated from out there, K through 12, all of them, and our daughters. That we are really appreciative of the new school that's about to be built out there. But the problem that we're having is that it appears to be, and it is, a lot smaller than the facilities that we have right now. We are an unusual school. We're K through 12, so we have some special needs, if you want to put it that way, with all of our kids. We have wrestling programs, we have theater programs, and basketball, football, and we are going to be losing some really nice buildings that are really not all that old. Our new gym, they want to raise it. And there's some issues they say about the foundation, but and I would invite anybody to go out there and take a look at the facilities that we would like to keep. One of them is the theater, and the other one is the gym. Huge facility that is used extensively, not just for basketball, but for all sorts of events there in Indian Springs. But we would like to see to it that two of these buildings would remain standing, quite frankly. That's what we need, because if the kids don't have that with this small facility that they're building, they will not be able to carry on with the programs that they have right now. So we would it's a fairly simple, to us, it's a fairly simple concept to leave the buildings. In fact, it would actually save the school district some money if they didn't raise it, if they left it there. We would like to see that, at least come take a look at that and see if we can do a little change and keep some of our facilities for the kids. But quite frankly, if we lose it, kids are going to suffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Mike, if you'd like to come up, and then I have Terry Schumann. And then I would just like to ask the audience, be careful with your language. We have students among us and also paying attention online. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Mike, please proceed.
My name is Mike Carino. I've been out there since 1978. My mother-in-law graduated there. She was one of the first students when they were bused to Rancho to go to Indian Springs. My wife graduated there, my sons, and my grandkids. Excuse me. Wow. This is important, the new school. But to lose the facilities we're going to lose is going to hurt the kids. There's not enough room barely now to do everything they need to do. With all the different middle school sports, cheerleading, they do it in the hallways because they can't get into the other facilities because they're being used by the other sports. And you're taking away a big gym. Yes, we understand there's some foundation issues, but to tear it down instead of looking into repairing it is harm to the community. The theater, we understand there's some issues there. The buildings are old. We understand that. The theater, it's plumbing issues. They could be fixed a lot easier than it would cost to tear it down. We have a theater program, then whenever they have a program, they sell out. It's standing room only. When we do our graduations, and superintendent has been out there, and some of you others, it's packed, standing room only. And we are growing. The base out there, Creech Air Force Base, is scheduled to grow, they said. Right now, there's no more moving into the community because there's no housing, but that's in the works. There's property going up for sale. The contractors are coming out to build. There's a giant trailer park right in the community that is up for sale, and I know the person that tried to buy it, but they wanted too much and they wouldn't reduce it because it would pretty much have to be leveled out and then rebuilt. There's only 20 units at 120 slots for trailers, and they would be new modular homes put in there, which would give the young GIs that would be moving out there. Right now, the GIs that come out, they got to live in Vegas. They got to drive out back and forth. They're in debt. I talk to them all the time, and they're NCOs. They are literally going in debt, and that's not your guys' problem. That's the military's. They're working on that. But if we don't get more housing and more rooms for the kids to go, right now the elementary is full. We understand that. The middle school and high school, there is room. But with the military coming in and growing, we're going to have more people, more kids. It's a great community. When you go out there, you see, like I said, Phil's been out there as long as I have. Two of the young ladies grew up there, their parents, and we graduate there and we stay there because it is such a good community. But by you taking away the facilities we have now, just to give us a new one and say you gave us a new building is wrong. The theater and the main gym are the two things that we would like to keep and get repaired. Then we would have two gyms instead of one. I was a wrestling coach out there for 10 years. You don't want a wrestling room to share with the theater or with another organization. There's a lot of diseases that could go on there.
Thank you, Mike. Ms. Terry, and then up is Jamie Brown.
Yes, ma'am. Usually I like to speak to you face to face, but tonight I'd ask your permission that I may read what I wrote. Okay? All right. Good evening, Interim Superintendent Director Larson Mitchell and Board of Trustees. My name is Terry Schumann, and I am a CCSD support staff employee. I'm coming tonight to discuss an issue with y'all that many of you may not know about, as you were not part of the board at the time. Around the 2017 school year, as the Board of Trustees were approving the school calendars, it was brought to my attention that in the month of April, there were 2 days of non-pay for our support staff in the same pay period. As I explained to the board, it was difficult enough to endure one non-paid day, much less two. After discussion, it was decided to put one non-paid day in the first pay period in the month of April, and then one to remain where it was in the second half of the month of April. This was all good up until this school year. Yesterday was payday, and as I looked at my paycheck, I could not figure out why my paycheck was so little. I called payroll to find out. After much discussion, I was advised that there had been 2 January 2nd and 3rd non-paid days. My first thought was that those support staff employees who were not as lucky as I had been because I used my accrued vacation time during Christmas. What about these new employees coming on? Now they've already gone with only 3 pay days in the last 3 weeks. How are they going to pay for their bills? How are they going to provide food? How are they going to, this is Christmas. How are they going to buy their Christmas presents for their kids? You tell us that you support us that schools cannot do their jobs without us. But then we are out of sight. Most of the time, we're out of mind as well. Please, if this occasion happens again where you have 2 non-paid days, we ask you to please make concessions to not allow this to ever happen again. Tonight, we have heard from our teachers their cares and concerns in their schools for next year. It would not be okay if I did not stand up or mention our support staff as well. We all know that it is our support staff who gets hit first and hardest. Please keep us in your mind and in your hearts as we have to make difficult decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Schumann. Jamie Brown, and then I think, what does this say right here? Jami Reed. That person is still, so Ms. Brown, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jamie Brown, and I'm a resident from Indian Springs, Nevada. Save the gym. It's a win-win. Work together. Clark County Library District, Clark County School District, Clark County Parks and Recreation Department. Wanted to bring attention to our board about the rural town of Indian Springs. Fortunate to be scheduled for a new K-12 school. Exciting until we saw the design. No auxiliary gym. No theater stage. This day and age, K-12 under one roof is not appropriate for the learning environment, but to all share the same gym, lunchroom, music room. Not right. Let's start at the beginning, using your paper. Now the implosion. K through 12 building can go. The floors are ruined by floods and bombing and earthquakes. They are saving the pool, thank God. Save the gym. I taught 1981 through 2005 physical education K through 12 here in the district. We have not seen any studies showing a leak underneath the gym. Compare this to Lundy Elementary School up the mountain. Save the K playground. Save the K parking lot. Use it for the future library. Our current library is the size of your closet. Our fire department is under the same roof as the library. Save the elementary playground. I know how much they cost. Served on the Standards Committee, Clark County School District, 1985, 86, 87, and 88. Save the grass and the trees, the shade structure over the playground. A new community center for the future attached using the football field parking lot would be used by the swimming pool too. It's already there. The gym has a sidewalk with an overhang joined to the swimming pool already. The new future community center attached to the pool, grass, trees, playground attached, already there. Gym used by the school as well as the community. Save the gym. It's a win-win. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. And I think I said Jamie, did Reed, or did I?
Yep.
Jamie.
We have a lot of Jamies in
Okay.
Indian Springs.
That's good, Jamie. And then Mr. Underwood, you're up next.
Hello, my name is Jamie Reed. I'm a longtime resident of Indian Springs. I went to school here, and now my children go to school here. As the story with many families that live in our little town, we take pride in our town and in our school. You can imagine how upset we were when we discovered what their proposed new school build was that it was seriously going to handicap our children's future. I'll try to keep this short and to the point and not ramble. In a small town such as ours, sports, theater, may very well be the only factor standing in the way for some of these kids to make something of themselves. Not all of them were blessed with the same academic abilities. Not all of them were blessed with even to have a support system at home. Having a healthy outlet like a sport that they exceed in might be all that they have. You propose to take away our wrestling room, auxiliary gym, and theater. By doing this, you may as well take the sport system altogether away. There is no way a full functioning school such as ours that is pre-K through 12th grade can share one multi-purpose room. We have around 300 kids in our school, not counting the faculty. We struggle with schedules of practices and games as is, not to mention the safety hazards that could cause potential issues. For example, let's say the theater needs to build a set for an upcoming production, which they always sell out on. They'll use tools of all sorts, cords, nails, screws, paints that can cause fumes, etc. This will take place where small pre-K and kindergartners will also be present in throughout the week. The theater team can be as cautious as they like, but they are still ultimately kids, and accidents do happen. Lastly, we've been told that there have been studies done on the structural integrity of our big gym, aka the Thunderdome. We all would like to see these studies. This building is in its prime if you consider the age in comparison to the rest of the school. Built in only 1990, we can't help but feel like we are being deceived by the board. Why can't we see the proof of these studies? All of us here are familiar with the studies that were hidden at Lundy Elementary School in Mount Charleston. How do we know that this isn't what is happening to our school in Indian Springs as well? We only want transparency. It seems to me that by saving the Thunderdome would save money as well as address majority of the complaints that have been heard from the residents of the town. It wouldn't solve every problem, but it would be a start, and at least we would feel like you cared about our kids as much as we do. Ultimately, I believe that a design review is in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Tim, you're next, and then Rachel. You'll have to help me with your last name if you're still in the audience. Okay, good. Mr. Underwood, please proceed.
Thank you. Tim Underwood, grandfather of 5 children who live in this county. The famous Sherlock Holmes author, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, played a practical joke on his friends and sent each of them anonymous telegrams saying, "Flee, for all has been found." 2 of them packed up their belongings the next day and fled the country, never to be heard from again. I have some bad news for the gender groomers of Clark County School District. Not only is President Donald Trump eradicating DEI with its false WPASS standards for transgender health care, but he has directed the Department of Justice to investigate those who lied to any school child, which resulted in permanent physical harm to the healthy sexual organs or breast tissue of that child. That would include not just gender grooming teachers and faculty, but also the premature sexually seducing nurses, counselors, third-party non-governmental groups, and administrative staff, perhaps even school board trustees. Now, I don't know if you noticed today in the front page of the Las Vegas Review-Journal, but guess where the next FBI director, the conservative and aggressive prosecutor Kash Patel, lives? Right here in Las Vegas. The gender groomers of Clark County are screwed. They may want to pull a Littlefinger Brooks and skip town as fast as possible, for gender justice is coming to Southern Nevada. So I now leave you and CCSD's staff, administrators, and rulers with this message. Preserve your documents and prepare them for examination. Do not destroy any of them, as digital forensic professionals will easily detect such actions and you'll be legally burned for destroying evidence. The intense scrutiny has just begun.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Rachel, and then Mr. Ed Gonzalez.
Hello. Hi, it's Puena's, like Buena, but with a P.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Interim Superintendent, President, and Trustees. I'm Rachel Puena, a former CCSD teacher, currently at a charter school. I want to address a critical issue in our schools, restorative justice. While this approach was introduced with the promise of creating safer and more inclusive classrooms, the reality is that it's simply not working. Restorative justice as it stands is failing our teachers, students, and communities. Lack of support in the classroom, where the teachers are overworked and undersupported. Restorative justice often places an unrealistic burden on educators by expecting them to serve as mediators, counselors, and disciplinarians. Teachers are left struggling to maintain order in their classrooms, and this chaos detracts from their primary mission, teaching. For the students, restorative justice has failed to create accountability for students. The focus on dialogue and reconciliation often overlooks the importance of clear consequences. When there are no firm boundaries, students don't learn to respect authority or their peers. Instead, they begin to see schools as places where rules don't matter and disruptive behavior often goes unchecked. For their families and communities, families are also losing faith in the system. Many parents feel that restorative justice prioritizes the needs of disruptive students over those who follow the rules. This creates frustration and resentment, eroding trust between schools and the families they serve. Communities suffer when schools fail to prepare students for the realities of the world where accountability and discipline are essential. Discipline and consistency are missing. Restorative justice was supposed to provide an alternative to harsh disciplinary practices, but in practice, it has often resulted in a lack of discipline altogether. Mental and behavioral health are overlooked. While restorative justice advocates for addressing the root causes of behavior, it often fails to provide the mental health resources necessary to do so. Instead of investing in counselors and specialists, schools rely on restorative conversations that don't address deeper issues. This leaves both teachers and students frustrated and without meaningful solutions. It undermines authority and structure. Teachers and staff need clear and consistent policies to maintain order, but restorative justice has made discipline subjective and inconsistent. This lack of structure benefits no one. Teachers feel powerless, well-behaved. Students feel ignored, and disruptive students learn they can push boundaries without facing real consequences. I just also want to just add, I pray that you do help those teachers. Just saying that's what pushed me away from CCSD, was not getting support. There's admin that does harass teachers. If you want to maintain these teachers and the staff, please address that.
Thank you, Ms. Buenas. Ed Gonzalez, and then Terrellyn Thompson.
Thank you, Madam President, Interim Superintendent Brennan Larson Mitchell, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the presentation. I do once again want to highlight on the compliance report, I think it is a really good job of what they've done. But you had one educator come up here and explain why are high schools and middle schools getting less than elementaries? And there's an obvious reason, because it's class size reduction money. At Hickey, we're a one-star school. We're in a range, I think it's something new this year, but we're like at 127% because there's additional dollars that's going in there. But that also highlights the fact that educators, parents, teachers, SOT members don't know that information because it's not in the guidance at all. And that's my point about who we're educating, is the fact that we've had the conversation that need to be done at the central office to get the information, but we got to take the next step. Now, I've done SOT training, and many members of this board, legislators, members of the State Board of Education, we've had the ESA president been there, do it. And there are times where I have no problem taking the documents the district has provided and to ask questions, answer. We've trained hundreds of people. But under the previous administration, they felt comfortable enough to tell parents or principals, don't go. It's absurd. Outside groups should be able to have that opportunity. And I also want to highlight something that Ms. King mentioned. She mentioned that budgets are done on an Excel spreadsheet. I was horrified when I heard that because in the 2017 legislative session, Madam President, you were there on that committee. You voted for $17 million for a human capital management system because the budget department had mentioned that we can't do this unless we have money. And when we rolled that out under a previous superintendent and a previous and I'm talking like the initial thing was before I was under Pat Skorkowski. I am not in any way saying this was an interim superintendent, but it was a disastrous result. And we saw stuff in the media. So if we're still doing that, how much money did we spend on that, on top of it to try and make it functional to say we need a new system? If we do, that's fine, but we need to have that transparency because the legislature is not going to jump in on that. But it also highlights the fact when you have a new superintendent search, we have made great progress on this transparency part. We did that under Pat Skorkowski when we talked about this 7 years ago. And then we had an outside superintendent that came in and it shut down completely. We went backwards. The budget department was the greatest advocate for this because we're just talking about accounting money and it got twisted and turned and it became a challenge of finding information. We have not seen that. We have seen a reversal. I appreciate the interim CFO, Diane Bartholomew, for that. And then finally, briefly, we talk about schools. And we should be looking at a big zoning change if we're talking about where schools are like functional in the aspect of population. We need to have that as well looked at as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson.
Another issue tonight, but I decided to pivot while I was stuck in traffic on the 95 today. For those of you who don't know me, first of all, welcome to the board. I am your friendly, tattooed middle school theater teacher. You'll hear from me often. I can attest to the cloud of worry that is washing over our teachers and staff this week with all of the rumors and truth being spilled. Let me give you a perspective that you may not be getting from the news or social media. Performing and visual arts programs are usually the first thing to be cut when principals have devastating cuts added to their budget, especially in middle school. Why? Because on paper, electives do not matter. On paper, we do not add to the school-wide data of math and ELA. On paper, some see my class as a place to shove students in no matter how many students I already have. By the way, I have 283. And in reality, we are everything to some students. For some, it's the only class that they experience success. For some, it is the only place that they can express themselves without judgment. For some, it is where they learn to find their voice. That's where I learned to find my voice. There has been a knot in my stomach for a week, wondering if I'll have a position next year at my school, and dreading the thought of possibly starting over at a new school and starting a new program. That is, if there's even another theater program for me to change to. Speaking as a parent of a child who earned a scholarship to study theater set design and construction in college, I wonder what would have happened and what he would have missed out on if these huge cuts took away his theater program in high school. I want you to imagine how your child would react to losing their favorite performing arts or visual arts class because their school didn't have enough money to keep them. So tomorrow, after I attend a funeral and go to a doctor's appointment because I'm technically not at school, because I've been sick since Thanksgiving, I am planning to rush back to school to attend the meeting to find out if I have a position next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. And then Ms. Giles is our last person.
Does it matter?
Either or, it's up to you.
Well, then I'll sit because
Okay.
I'm tired. Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Superintendent Larson Mitchell, Jan Giles for the record, President of ESEA. For those of you that don't know me, welcome to the board. I have a couple of different topics this evening. Originally, I came here just to support the employees from Chaparral High School, to unfortunately yet again bring to your attention the mistreatment of support professionals and licensed educators by administrators. I feel like there needs to be some kind of training or some additional transparency that administrators need to start being held accountable for the way that they treat employees. As you are all aware, we are doing more with less. The employees are taking on more and more responsibilities, and it seems like administrators use this as a way to retaliate against employees by piling just more and more work on them. And then when they can't complete all those duties, then they start disciplining them, leading to termination. And that isn't what we need in the district. We're having a hard enough time to keep employees. Secondly, I wanted to talk to you about the SOT training. I agree with Ms. Binder that there should be training from someone else other than the principals. Most support professionals don't feel comfortable questioning principals or even attending those meetings. ESEA is responsible for holding those elections to get the support professional assigned to that SOT. And most support professionals not even sure what the SOT is. I'm asking that you possibly consider putting together an annual training that goes with the trainings that they're required to watch every year. So then that way, when we send out our election notification or announcement that we are trying to assign an SOT for the schools, that they actually are aware and know what it is that we are asking them to do. We attempted several times to have elections. They get elected by their colleagues. They don't want it. They deny it. Then we have to run a third election and a fourth election. And then this year we attempted to do a nomination process, the same as CCEA. I think we only had 75 people nominate themselves. And it's very difficult to get this information out to the support professionals so that they can have a voice on that SOT. And I am also concerned about that schools will be using support professionals as a way to balance their budget. That's really concerning for us. And so we're hoping that that won't be the case. Sorry, I'm a little all over the place. But I think that I have said my piece, but I would really like for there to be some way that ESEA could be supported to provide the training for SOTs. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. With that, we're going to go ahead and move to 5.01. Just a reminder, we have an upcoming meeting on Wednesday, February 5th. It's the Board of Trustees work session at 4 p.m. in our boardroom. And then I will move to item number 6. I will entertain a motion to adjourn our board meeting. So Trustee Esparza-Strofagan.
I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting at
What time is it?
9:18 p.m.
9:18 p.m. And Trustee Cavazos, do I have a second?
I'll second that motion. I'm here in person this time, not like last time, where there was I think there was a phantom vote, but, you
Yeah,
know, I'm here.
okay. Thank you so much. With that, please cast your votes. That passes 7-0. The meeting's adjourned. Thank you.